Chapter 360. Taking advantage of the time when Xiao Chun dodged the scarlet sword Qi, Hua Yunfei's killing move followed closely behind. Scarlet light filled the air. There seemed to be countless scarlet figures executing sword techniques in the arena. Strands of scarlet sword Qi moved at a strange frequency, fluctuating like the sea. A horrifying state of massacre spread throughout the entire arena, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Dang! 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 Activating the windwalk shoes, Xiao Chen moved about in the sky, filled with sword images. He brandished his saber and chopped apart the sword Qi flying at him. Every sword shadow seemed to be a real martial artist, wielding a long sword to attack. Stab, chop, hack, or flick. The angle of the attacks was random, and they came and went without a trace. It was tiring to deal with them. Hua Yunfei actually managed to completely learn an ancient martial technique. He truly lives up to his reputation as a rare genius of the Hua clan. This time, Xiao Qian is in danger. Indeed, ancient martial techniques and current martial techniques are not of the same system. Normally, even if one obtained an ancient martial technique, it would be very difficult to truly master it. It would be very difficult to use it in actual combat. Look at this arena. There are endless sword images rising and falling one after another. Even a martial king would find it hard to block them. When the cultivators in the spectator stand saw the scarlet sword images filling the arena, they recognized that this was an ancient martial technique. They could not help but worry for Xiao Qin. Hua Yunfei's figure was hidden among these sword images. Occasionally, he would send out a sharp sword attack, catching people off guard. In an instant, Xiao Chen's arms and legs suffered from several sword wounds, no matter how fast he was. Even if he was fast, he would not be able to dodge these unending and unpredictable sword images. Xiao Chen could only do his best to avoid any injuries to his vital points. Furthermore, there was a state of massacre that interfered with Xiao Chen's heart. There were killing moves hidden within the killing moves, one after another. This martial technique was truly unimaginable. Haha, Xiao Chen, this move must not be easy to take, right? Thanks to you, I awakened the ancient evil soul in my body. This martial technique is the inheritance of the ancient evil soul. In the ancient era, the evil soul used this move. The continuous stream of sword shadows could cover an area of 100 meters, encompassing heaven and earth. If a god blocked it, it would kill a god, and if a demon blocked it, it would kill a demon. Hua Yunfei looked at the tired Xiao Chen and laughed arrogantly. He wanted to strike a blow to Xiao Chen's fighting spirit and make him collapse prematurely. His mind was clear. Xiao Chen kept his heart calm. He was not worried, not confused, and not afraid. Xiao Chen ignored Hua Yunfei's words and wandered around the arena, exhibiting the state of thunder to its peak. Xiao Chen blocked the red sword shadows that came from all directions. At the same time, he did his best to discern the pattern of these sword shadows. The state of thunder infused with holy might could only barely knock these sword shadows back. It could not completely destroy them. The state of massacre is indeed not easy to deal with, Xiao Chen thought to himself. However, it is fortunate that I have the state of massacre as well. After blocking for a while, Xiao Chen finally figured out the pattern of the sword shadows. It was time to make a move. Xiao Chen gently removed the blue strip of cloth from his forehead. A scarlet mark appeared on his forehead. Xiao Chen's angular face immediately turned strange. The scarlet throne mark on his forehead released a strand of red light. Under the illumination of the red light, Xiao Chen's face looked even more strange. Wu Kuei transforms to Qi. Xiao Chen shouted and merged the state of massacre with the state of thunder. Occasionally, a red light flickered among the hundreds of purple saber Qi formed by the divine Wu Kuei tree. Bang! 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 In the arena, the scarlet sword Qi and the purplish-red saber Qi clashed in the air. A series of explosions rang out, ringing out endlessly in the sky above Lei Tian. Hua Yunfei's expression changed slightly. He grasped the scarlet sword tightly and said in disbelief, "How did you comprehend the state of massacre as well?" The continuous sounds of explosions created violent air currents in the air, and the surrounding railings of the arena were immediately smashed into pieces. Xiao Chen's hair fluttered and his white robes fluttered. He smiled gently and said, "Who made the rule that you are the only one who can comprehend the state of massacre?" Qi breaks Wukuei. The purple and red saber Qi contained the berserk state of thunder and the state of massacre. It pierced through the boundless shockwaves and headed for Hua Yunfei. Hua Yunfei brandished his sword and gathered the scattered scarlet light on his sword. He thrust the tip of his sword forward, and a spot of scarlet light appeared, blocking the tip of the saber Qi. Z. The two states clashed intensely in the air, neither giving way to the other. They gave off crackling sounds, and scarlet ripples appeared in the air. The states surged forward. Boom! Just as the two states clashed with each other, thunder suddenly roared in the sky. An electric light suddenly shot out from the purple and red saber Qi. Hua Yunfei's state immediately broke. He quickly dodged backward. However, the saber Qi still pierced through his right shoulder, leaving behind a finger-sized bloody hole. So, I was only clashing with the pure state of massacre earlier. I did not even use the state of thunder. Hua Yunfei thought in horror. You are far from being able to compare states with me. I don't care what ancient martial technique you have. Break! Xiao Qin leaped up gently and his figure flashed. He infused the state of massacre into the state of thunder and brandished his saber Qi, forcing Hua Yunfei to defend. The situation immediately reversed. Xiao Chen's figure danced around. Strands of purple and red saber Qi easily destroyed all of Hua Yunfei's killing moves. Blood shadow chop. Break. Sea of blood and mountain of corpses. Break. Blood illuminating the mountains and rivers. Break. No matter how many powerful moves you have, my two states, the state of thunder and the state of massacre, will break them with one saber strike. Break. 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 Hua Yunfei vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. Xiao Chan broke all 3 of his killing moves with one saber strike. The surging energy was like a tsunami, forcing Hua Yunfei to retreat. Ding! The ferocious energy surged over again. The sword in Hua Yunfei's hand was immediately knocked away. Xiao Chen stepped forward and sent a palm strike at Hua Yunfei's chest, sending him flying. Hua Yunfei's body slid quickly across the arena. Soon he reached the edge of the arena. His complexion was pale as he struggled to stand up. Suddenly he felt a chill on his neck. It was Xiao Chen moving over and pressing his saber against his neck. Xiao Chen said expressionlessly, "Hua Yunfei, you have lost." I did not lose. How could I lose to trash like you? Back then, I could easily kill you with one finger. This is impossible. Hua Yunfei pulled the saber away from his neck and leaped up. Then he launched himself at Xiao Chen. Reckless fool! Xiao Chen kicked Hua Yunfei's face. The huge force caused Hua Yunfei to flip several times in the air. He landed head first outside the arena. He won again. Xiao Chen won again. Who can end him? Hua Yunfei's strength is at the peak of martial saints. He has grasped an ancient martial technique. Even a regular martial king would be able to kill him easily. However, he still lost to Xiao Chen. How many trump cards does Xiao Chen have? I think the state of massacre is his final trump card. However, even if he knows it, it will still be difficult to deal with. Another overwhelming victory caused the crowd to erupt into an uproar. Some people even firmly believed that Xiao Chen would be able to defeat all his opponents. Today, on the Heaven Viewing platform, Xiao Chen had fought many battles. regardless of whether his opponents were from the Holy Lands or the geniuses of the noble clans. None of them were mediocre. However, without exception, Xiao Qin defeated his opponents in an overwhelming manner. With such strength, even if he lost the next few matches, there was no need to doubt his talent and strength. As long as Xiao Qin could escape this calamity, he would definitely rise up in the future. At that time, the noble clans would be like floating clouds in his eyes. High up in the clouds, Nangong Lai watched the scene on the heaven viewing platform. He smiled faintly and said, "It looks like there is no need for us to make a move. This brat might be able to escape this calamity." Ingyu looked around and said softly, "Now it all depends on the people from the Holy Lands. These noble clans might not be able to stop him." On the platform, the elders of the noble clans had unsightly expressions. They wanted to move, but did not dare to. They felt very sullen. The Misty Sword Sect's first elder said softly, "Chaoyin, how confident are you of dealing with this brat?" Chu Chaoyin carried his sword on his back and smiled gently. "Victory will be decided in one move. What do you think, first elder?" "Ha ha! In that case I can rest assured." The Misty Sword Sect's first elder laughed happily. Up in the arena, Xiao Qin looked at Duemyuking, Ji Changkong, and Mu Qingxue. He said softly, "The three of you come at me together. Otherwise, you will not stand a chance against me." The moment Xiao Qin said that, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Is this Xiao Qin crazy? He actually took the initiative to ask them to attack together. Ji Changkong smiled coldly and said, "Xiao Qin, if you are really seeking death, I am not afraid to grant your wish." No expression could be seen on Duemyuking's cold face. He said coldly, "Do you really think that you are qualified?" Mu Qingxue held the holy weapon, Beauty Under the Moon. He revealed a playful smile on his handsome face. He said softly, "If you only have this much strength, you are not even qualified to force me to draw my sword." The three of them were proud and arrogant people, dragons and phoenixes among men. Since they were young, they had enjoyed the limelight of everyone. They had all sorts of halos above their heads. When had they ever been looked down on like this? Boom, boom, boom. Three strong auras soared into the sky. A resplendent starlight and countless stars flickered. That was Ji Changkong's state of stars. A bone-chilling coldness spread in the sky. A cold light shone brightly, and a boundless cold qi spread in the air. It was Duanmu Qing's peak great perfection state of ice. A gentle and warm moonlight scattered down, moving one's heart like a cool breeze. This was Mu Qingxue's strange state of bright moon. Under the calm surface, there was an overwhelming aura. When the three auras merged, they shattered the clouds in the sky. Winds blew, clouds churned, and the sky changed color. All the cultivators in the drill grounds felt a strong pressure on their shoulders. It was like a mountain pressing down on them. Dressed in white robes, Xiao Qin held a saber with a sharp saber light. He smiled faintly at the strong aura. He gently raised his right leg and stomped it down. With the dragon and tiger body sculpting art at peak great perfection, Xiao Qian's pure strength could reach 50,000 kilograms of force. With his full power, he could reach 50,000 kilograms of force. When infused with essence, he could reach 100,000 kilograms of force. More importantly, this force could be freely controlled and perfectly manipulated. Chapter 361. Xiao Qin merged his essence and strength with this one kick and stomped on the ground gently. The wide arena made of heavenly mountain stones and frost iron slowly sank into the ground. Bang! 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 The ground of the drill ground could not withstand the pressure of the arena sinking into the ground. Deep cracks formed and quickly spread out. The cracks continued to spread, and the other arenas on the drill ground were torn apart and smashed into pieces. The 1,000-meter-long drill ground shook incessantly and even the surrounding spectator stands were shaking. The shaking continued for a long time before it slowly stopped. The arena under Xiao Chen's feet was now level with the ground. A surging aura surged out from Xiao Chen's body. It clashed with the auras of Duanyuking's group of 3, giving off a sharp aura. Now, do I have the qualifications for the 3 of you to attack me together? Xiao Chen said calmly. His handsome face, which was like a scabbard, revealed its sharpness. It was like an unsheathed, treasured saber. He only wanted to find someone to test how sharp this treasured saber was. Xiao Chen had long wanted to test his true strength, to see how strong he was. He had not had enough in the previous few matches. This feeling was like getting more and more excited. Just as you were about to unleash your full power, the other party was already lying on the ground, leaving you with nowhere to exert your strength. This happened over and over again. Xiao Chen had had enough of it. Now he only wanted to fight to his heart's content and fight with all his might. Suddenly, the silent Feng Shuani on the platform said, "If this fellow can win this match, then he will snatch away all the luck of these noble heirs. Who knows, he might really become a legend in the future." The strength that Xiao Chen displayed and his strong aura caused the expressions of the 3 to change. They were greatly startled. Silence? In that case, I will take it as your tacit agreement. Xiao Chen said indifferently. He pushed off the ground and relied on pure force to shoot towards the 3 like an arrow. Ji Changkong shouted coldly, "If you are seeking death, then I can't be bothered to talk about morality with you." Astral sword technique, resplendent starlight. The sky above the arena suddenly turned pitch black. Countless stars twinkled in the sky, and the day turned into night in an instant. Countless starlight descended, and a deep starry sky appeared in Ji Changkong's eyes. He raised his sword and used the starlight to clash. Ding! At the same time, Mu Qingxue unsheathed his sacred weapon, Beauty under the moonlight. The blade of his sword reflected a golden full moon. In that moonlight, there seemed to be another world. A long and drawn out, like a woman's beautiful and pleasant voice, rang out, tugging at the heartstrings of those who heard it. Duanyuking, who had been silent for a long time, also made his move at this moment. His jet-black hair turned white, and his eyes completely lost all human emotions, becoming incomparably cold. A slender sword appeared in her hand. It carried a bone-chilling state of ice as it stabbed fiercely at Xiao Chen. At this moment, even if she was not willing to admit it, she was not a match for Xiao Chen alone. When Xiao Chen saw the 3 attacking at the same time, he smiled faintly. He suddenly stopped and landed firmly on the ground. Xiao Chen brandished his saber, and the image of a flower bud appeared under his feet. After a while, the Wukue flower bud flickered with alternating purple and red light, enveloping Xiao Chen. Bang! 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 When the attacks of Duanyuking and the other 2 landed on the flower bud, it did not budge at all. The purple electric light and scarlet light flickered continuously, looking very strange. The 3 exchanged glances, and the essence in their bodies quickly surged. Then they launched an even more ferocious attack. The strong sword techniques infused with the states of the 3 struck the ground, creating deep trenches. However, that strange flower bud did not budge at all. Within the flower bud, Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He suppressed the surging qi and blood in his body and quickly formed hand seals. Wukue blossoms. When the 3 of them were about to launch their 3rd attack, the alternating purple and red flower bud suddenly blossomed. A surging shockwave spread out in all directions. The 3 of them were caught off guard and were swept back by the shockwave. Countless flower petals danced in the air within the shockwave. The entire sky of the drill grounds was filled with alternating purple and red flower petals. It was incomparably beautiful. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and caught up to the slower Ji Changkong. After passing through the sky full of flower petals, Xiao Chen's speed increased explosively. In an instant, he caught up to Ji Changkong. Ji Changkong's expression turned grave. Suddenly, he grew 100 meters taller and turned around. The star that belonged to him in the boundless starry sky suddenly lit up. A resplendent pillar of light descended from the distant sky. Astral swordplay, eternal light. A majestic sword light shot out from the sword at Xiao Chen, who was behind him at lightning speed. Boom! The sword light was like a pillar. It was resplendent and dazzling. When it struck the ground of the drill grounds, it created a deep black hole that made one's heart palpitate. This series of actions happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. It was so fast that no one could keep up with it. Did I hit him? Ji Changkong frowned slightly and took a deep breath. To be able to execute this move in such a short period of time, Ji Changkong was already doing very well. The might is pretty good. Unfortunately, I can't hit him. In the end, it is useless. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's calm voice came from behind Ji Changkong. Ji Changkong's expression immediately changed. He quickly turned around and held his sword horizontally in front of his chest. Dang! Ji Changkong chopped down with his saber and was knocked back several meters. His right hand, which was holding the sword, felt numb from the impact. He quickly switched to a two-handed grip. The petals filled the sky, and there were invisible motes of light. When the motes of light landed on Xiao Chen's body, his speed increased by 30%. Ji Changkong had just retreated when Xiao Chen arrived at his side again. His saber light flickered, following him like a shadow. In an instant, he sent out more than 100 attacks. Retreat! Retreat! Retreat again! Ji Changkong barely managed to block Xiao Chen's attacks. He was suppressed to the point where he did not even have a chance to breathe. In one breath, he retreated several 100 meters. Hu Qi! A strand of killing qi came from behind. Xiao Chen dodged to the side. It was Mu Qingxue charging over with the beauty under the moonlight. Ji Changkong took a deep breath and retreated 100 meters. Just as Xiao Chen dodged Mu Qingxue's attack, an extremely cold aura came from above. Duanyuking was charging over as well. Xiao Chen smiled gently and swept his saber forward, knocking away Mu Qingxue's sword. After that, he quickly somersaulted and dodged the attacks of the two. Dang! 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 The attacks of the two were relentless. They brought out the state of ice to its limits. The cold qi penetrated Xiao Chen's skin and entered his body, causing him to slow down slightly. Occasionally, a soft hum came from Mu Qingxue's sword. Everyone could not help but turn their ears to listen, disrupting Xiao Chen's state of mind. The state of massacre infused into his saber technique. Xiao Chen maintained his original state of mind. He blocked left and right, blocking the attacks of the two. She was able to block the sword, but she could not block the sword light on the sword. Her white robes were torn, and blood appeared on her fair skin. Duanyuking and Ji Changkong were not in a good state either. Xiao Chen's sword light contained two states at the same time. When it struck them, the damage they caused was even more obvious. A beam of starlight descended behind Xiao Chen. Ji Changkong had finished resting and rejoined the battle. The three of them formed a large circle surrounding Xiao Chen. The three of them fought among the petals that filled the air. They kicked up dust, ice, starlight, moonlight, and the occasional flickering of scarlet lightning. Dust filled the air, and energy spread everywhere. Everyone in the spectator stands open their eyes wide as they watch the battle anxiously. The intensity of the battle completely surpassed their expectations. Xiao Chen fought 1 against 3, surrounded by danger. He was like a lone boat on the sea in a violent storm. It swayed back and forth, looking like it would be swallowed by the waves at any moment. However, it stopped and did not sink. Just when everyone thought that he would be killed, he strangely dodged their killing moves and launched a sharp counterattack. His white robes had already turned red from the blood. Xiao Qin smiled bitterly to himself. I finally feel carefree this time. However, the price I paid is rather high. However, I am a cultivator. I am born in a great age where geniuses appear in large numbers. If I do not go against the heavens and face the difficulties head-on, how can I stand out from the crowd? How can I reach the peak of cultivation in the future? Xiao Chun reared his head back and laughed loudly. A heroic spirit rose in his heart. He could not help but speed up his movements, deflecting the attacks of the three. Let's see how long you can last. Again. Ji Chongkong roared ferociously. Starlight flickered around him as he quickly charged forward again. Up until now, both sides were truly enraged. At this moment, it was no longer a competition of strength. It was a competition of willpower. The one who could persevere and not collapse first would be the one who had the last laugh. Duanmuking's white hair fluttered in the wind. His expression did not change at all. There were no visible fluctuations. A cold chi surged from his entire body, chilling everyone to the bone. Even Mu Qingxue and Ji Chongkong were unwilling to get close. It was hard to imagine how Xiao Qin, who was the target of this cold chi, could persevere. The cold was bone-piercing. However, Xiao Qin had already cultivated dragon tendon tiger bone long ago. His body was reborn, and the cold chi could not penetrate his meridians. Although it was unbearable, he could persevere. Dang! 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 The seemingly never-ending battle continued for another hour. Under the sharp attacks, the four of them were covered in wounds of various sizes. However, the weapons in their hands did not stop. Such a high-intensity battle was a great test of their willpower. Xiao! A fierce flame started burning in Xiao Chen's right eye. Finally, all the flames gathered together and elongated into a purple arrow. The arrow headed for Duanmuking, who posed the greatest threat among the three. Duanmuking's expression changed slightly. He felt a dangerous aura in his heart. He quickly retreated, and ice formed around his body. Xiao Qin smiled faintly. He did not care about the might of the purple light. He looked around and immediately attacked Ji Chongkong, who was behind him. Xiao Chun had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Of the three, Ji Chongkong was the weakest. Xiao Qin could only look for an opening. Xiao Chun first diverted the strongest, Duanmuking, and broke their encirclement. Then he quickly made his move. After Duanmuking left, the cold chi in Xiao Chen's body immediately dissipated. His ghostly movement technique reappeared. He turned around and stabbed his sword into Ji Chongkong's chest. Chapter 362. Wu Kuei supporting the heavens. The purple-red petals that filled the air formed a mottled whirlpool as they quickly entered the wound. Bang! Ji Chongkong's body fell backward rapidly. The purplish-red flower petals quickly took root in his body. A purplish-red Wu Kuei tree trunk grew out of his wound. Countless branches slowly extended from the trunk of the tree. After a while, the branches became luxuriant, covering the sky. On every branch, there were strange, purplish-red, barren sunflowers. Mu Qingshue's expression turned grave, and a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Taking advantage of this opening, his sword hummed and filled the air with killing qi. Under the gentle moonlight, it quickly stabbed at Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin could not split his attention with this attack. He had no chance to dodge. In reality, Xiao Qin had no intention of dodging. He continued to focus on forming hand seals, controlling the growth of the Wu Kuei tree. The wind created by the sword already hurt Xiao Chen's face. The tip of the sword was only 10 meters away from him. Boom! A jade pendant on Xiao Chen's chest lit up with a dazzling light. A formless barrier enveloped Xiao Qin. This was the secret treasure that Xiao Qin had won the bid for. When Mu Qingxue struck the barrier with his full strength, he was reflected back 30%. He vomited a mouthful of blood and was knocked back. After the barrier blocked the attack, it slowly shattered. After Xiao Qin finished forming his hand seals, he turned around and quickly chased after Mu Qingxue. The wukuei tree behind Xiao Qin was completely formed. Countless roots extended into Mu Qingxue's meridians, firmly suppressing him. He was in so much pain that he wished he were dead. No matter how he struggled, it was useless. Mu Qingxue wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the approaching Xiao Qin. He smiled coldly, and the moonlight on his sword suddenly rippled. The surrounding space immediately turned blurry. As Xiao Qin flew through the air, it seemed like Mu Qingxue was always a distance away from him. He could not get close. Right now, I have used my holy weapon to change the laws to create a miniature world. It is already more than 500 kilometers wide. Let's see how you break it. You can forget about catching up to me in your lifetime. Mu Qingxue's voice reverberated throughout the space. It seemed as though it was right beside their ears, yet it also seemed as though it was far away. Xiao Qin smiled faintly. I've said it before, as long as it's not a law that you've comprehended yourself. In the face of absolute power, laws are ineffective. Hearing the sword, Xiao Qin shouted, and the lunar shadow saber formation in his hand flashed. The snow-white saber turned pitch black, and its sharpness wantonly turned into a true heavenly weapon. Wukuei breaks the heavens. I can even break the heavens. Why would I fear your insignificant laws? An ancient divine tree quickly formed above Xiao Qin's head. Thunder roared incessantly in the sky above the drill ground as a state of thunder circulated to the extreme. Boom! A deafening clap of thunder descended from the sky. When the divine tree finished growing, Xiao Qin's saber lit up with a resplendent pillar of light. The pillar of light quickly elongated, rushing towards Mu Qingxue. With the aid of the state of massacre and the heavenly weapon, whatever laws of heaven and earth, they immediately shattered. The moonlight on the sword in Mu Qingxue's hand quickly dimmed. The pillar of light did not even have time to blink before it struck his chest. The crowd in the drill ground only saw a beam of light. Then Mu Qingxue's body flew to the distant horizon, disappearing from everyone's sight. Before Xiao Qin could rest for a while, he immediately felt a cold qi spreading rapidly in the drill ground. Duanyuking had completely dodged that lightning-fast purple thunder true fire. He was currently executing his killing move. Boom! 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 The cold qi on the ground quickly gathered and formed a huge ice prison. It surrounded the entire drill ground. In an instant, everyone could only see thick walls of ice. They could not see what was happening inside. Within the ice prison, a pitch-black saber rested on Duanyuking's neck. Xiao Qin wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips and said indifferently, "Give up. I still have one move of my wukuei saber technique that I have not executed. You have no chance." The instant the ice froze, Xiao Qin executed the blue dragon cloud, soaring art to its limits. He executed the blue dragon tail whip. He managed to arrive just as Duanyuking was about to execute his killing move. Xiao Qin placed a saber on Duanyuking's neck. Rumble. After a moment of silence, the ferocious ice-attributed energy in Duanyuking's hand finally scattered. The ice prison immediately melted and Duanyuking's white hair turned black. There was no blood on Duanyuking's pale face. A trace of fatigue flashed in his eyes. He said softly, "Actually, you won from the very start. Duanyuking is not as skilled as you. In the future, the grudge between you and the Duanmu clan will end here." After Xiao Qin spoke, he slowly walked out of the drill ground. After a while, a figure suddenly fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. He bounced a few times on the ground before coming to a stop. It was Mu Qingxue, who had been blasted into the clouds by the wukuei breaking the heavens. He was already injured. Now that he fell from a height of a few thousand meters, he vomited blood on top of his injuries. He found it difficult to even speak. His vision was blurred by the blood. He was in a sorry state. The entire drill ground was deathly silent. Xiao Chun fought 1 against 3 and obtained the final victory. First, he defeated the Holy Land experts. Then he defeated the various noble clan disciples. Along the way, Xiao Qin did not stop to rest. None of his opponents were mediocre. They were all famous, outstanding talents. However, they were all defeated by this white-robed bladesman. No one was a match for him, not even 3 against 1. After this battle, Xiao Chen's name would shake the world. He would become the true leader of the younger generation of the great Qin nation. Xiao Chen was the true main character of today's grand occasion. He had completely overshadowed Lung Liusu, who became a peak inferior grade martial king at the age of 17. Many people felt excited in their hearts. Perhaps many years later, they might be the ones to witness the start of a legend. As Xiao Chen walked, the shattered ice on the drill ground gave off a loud prung-prung sound. Every step he took made him feel dizzy. However, he had to continue moving forward. There were some things he had to say to the person lying on the ground. He had to say them personally to the person who forced him into a dead end. Mu Qingshue's vision was blurry as he coughed continuously. When he heard footsteps, he struggled to stand up. However, a scabbard ruthlessly stabbed him. You once said that the higher you fly, the more painful it will be when you fall. Look at you now. Looking at you now, I believe this sentence even more. Thank you. I will always remember this sentence. I will not allow myself to be in danger of falling. When Mu Qingxue heard this, he coughed violently a few times. He smiled miserably in his heart. He had just fallen from the clouds. He finally understood the saying, the higher you fly, the more painful the fall will be. Perhaps I should not have made an enemy of this person. Some people are destined to soar to the sky. Even if you manage to pull them down temporarily, you would only become a stepping stone for them, allowing them to fly higher and higher. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun defeated them all. This is too inconceivable. First, he eliminated the Holy Land experts and forced them back with 4 palm strikes. Then, he defeated the noble clan heirs. No one can withstand his sharpness. I'm afraid no one in the younger generation is a match for him. Our great Qin nation has always been the weakest among the 5 great nations. This time, we might have produced a demonic genius. After a moment of silence, the crowd in the spectator stands erupted. They were all very excited and discussions could be heard without end. On the other side, Lu Riyue and the others all had sincere smiles on their faces. They quickly headed for Xiao Qin. At this moment, only the noble clan elders on the platform had the most heavy moods. If they could not take him down in this battle, this Xiao Qin might become a shadow that would haunt them for life. Just thinking about such a talented opponent made them tremble in fear. It made it hard for them to breathe. If one had to say who was the most depressed, it would be Song Ke. At this moment, he felt incredibly depressed. Originally, he thought that he would definitely die. However, Xiao Qin managed to pull through. Furthermore, his reputation became even more famous. No, this brat's strength is already sufficient to threaten me. There is a death grudge between us. He will definitely come back to settle the score with me. Song Ke's expression was uncertain. It was like he was making a difficult decision. He was very hesitant. Forget it if I just kill him. He is currently at his weakest. This is the best opportunity. He is no longer a Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciple. With my status as the Peak Master, I can definitely avoid the death penalty. Thinking of this, a murderous intent appeared in Song Ke's eyes. He looked at the defenseless Xiao Chen, who was walking towards Lu Riyue, and clenched his fist tightly. Die. Song Ke shouted and used his remaining arm as a saber. He carried a sharp killing chi and soared into the air, flying toward Xiao Chen at lightning speed. When the smiling Lu Riyue saw Song Ke, her expression immediately changed. She shouted, "Xiao Chen, be careful!" When Shao Chun felt the killing chi, he wanted to circulate the blue dragon cloud soaring, art to dodge. However, he discovered that the essence in his body had already dried up. There was nothing left. He was startled. Bang! Lu Ruyue flew over at lightning speed and used her palm to block Song Kei's peak Martial King strike for Shao Chun. Pu Ci! There was an insurmountable difference between an inferior grade Martial King and a peak Martial King. Furthermore, this was a peak strike that Song Kei had stored up power for a long time. Lu Ruyue vomited a large mouthful of blood. She felt an intense pain in her chest as she flew backwards. Shao Chen's expression suddenly sank. He quickly caught Lu Ruyue and placed his hand on her pulse. He sent a strand of spiritual sense into her and discovered that her heart meridians were shattered. Her life force was rapidly draining away. The sudden turn of events caused everyone present to be in a daze. They had never expected things to turn out like this. Shao Chen, don't be rash, Lu Ruyue said weakly as she lay in Shao Chen's embrace. Her complexion was pale. It was like lightning struck Shao Chen's mind. His eyes turned scarlet, and the scarlet throne in his sea of consciousness trembled continuously. Strands of scarlet state of massacre spread out. When Shao Chen turned his head back, he saw that Song Kei was still unwilling to let go. He was rushing towards him, trying to kill him, seeking death. Shao Chen felt a chill in his heart. Killing chi filled his entire body. The blue dragon tattoo on his right arm started to move quickly. A horrifying energy accumulated continuously. After a while, the vivid tattoo came to life. A realistic blue dragon coiled around Shao Chen's arm. Roar! A dragon roar shook the heavens and earth. The white clouds in the sky were scattered. The holy might of an ancient holy beast spread throughout the drill grounds. Song Kei, who bore the brunt of it, had a drastic change in expression. Chapter 363. Song Kei felt an overwhelming, holy might pressing down on him like a small mountain. The martial spirit in his body trembled continuously, and his essence became unstable. He could not even walk properly. Before Song Kei could react, he was struck by the blue dragon. The clothes in front of his chest were torn apart, and a bloody hole the size of a bowl appeared. His body flew back 100 meters. The blue dragon circled around and returned to Shao Chen's arm. Its luster was dim, leaving only a blurry image. On the platform, the silent Phoenix's Passion Palace's elder Yan's expression changed greatly when he saw the azure, true dragon. He exclaimed in his heart, "Blue dragon martial spirit. How can it be the blue dragon martial spirit?" Shao Chen took a few steps and arrived before the heavily injured Song Quebec. His eyes were bloodshot as he lifted Song Kei up with a sullen expression. "Song Kei, I have no enmity with you. You are a bona fide peak martial king, yet you have tried to kill me time and time again. I have tolerated you until now, yet you are still unwilling to let me off." Shao Chen continued to question Song Kei as he grabbed him by the collar. "Don't kill me. I am the Biyun Peak's peak master. If you kill me, you will die as well," Song Kei said with a horrified expression. The fear of death in his heart caused him to give up all his dignity. "Shao Chen, stop!" The first elder, Jiang Qi, shouted from the platform. No matter what, Song Kei was the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's peak master. He could not die in the hands of an outsider. Shao Chen could not be bothered with him. He clenched his right hand and punched, turning Song Kei's head into mush. Lu Ruyue's heart meridians were shattered because of him. She had a slim chance of survival. No matter who pleaded on her behalf, Shao Chen had to kill this person. Hu Qi. A red light flashed on the platform. It flew over at lightning speed and sent a palm strike at Shao Chen. "Old thing, if you dare to come any closer, I dare you," a delicate voice shouted. Just as Elder Yan's palm strike was about to land on Shao Chen, a fiery red meteor descended from the sky. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that it was a golden spear with a golden dragon formed from pure golden flames coiling around its body. Sensing danger, Elder Yen immediately stopped what he was doing. When he saw the item clearly, his expression changed drastically. A subdivine weapon, the Grand Sovereign Spear, and a complete dragon flame. Is the Qin Emperor here? Retreat. Without any hesitation, Elder Yan's body flickered as he retreated. His speed was inconceivably fast. However, that long spear followed him like a shadow, hot on his heels. Everywhere the spear passed, a visible black hole appeared in space. The dragon flames circling the spear burned fiercely, expanding the black hole rapidly. My life is over, Elder Yen thought to himself in despair as he looked at the spear that he could not dodge. Dang! Just when he was in complete despair, there was a sudden fluctuation in space. Elder Luo, who was in the reincarnation well, appeared out of thin air with 7 people, shoving Elder Yen aside. Zhang Xian tapped his finger lightly on the Grand Imperial Spear, which could easily tear through space, and a formless shockwave appeared beneath his feet. Xiao Chun diverted the boundless force of the spear into nothingness, displaying his strong control skills. Inyu, who had descended from the sky, stretched out her hand and retrieved the Grand Imperial Spear. Elder Luo, that person is the inheritor of the Blue Dragon martial spirit, Elder Yen, who had narrowly escaped death, said as he looked at Xiao Qin. Elder Luo waved his hand and said, I know. There is no need to say anything more. Don't bother yourself with this matter. Boom! 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 The hidden Heavenly Saber Pavilion Supreme Elders all revealed themselves at this moment. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up when he saw Shin Manjun among them. Xiao Chen immediately carried Lu Riyue and ran over. He said anxiously, Martial Grand Aunt, please save Rhea. She is about to die. Shin Manjun sighed gently and said, I owe you a favor. Furthermore, Lu Riyue is the son of an old friend. No matter what, I have to save her. When Xiao Chun heard this, his expression relaxed. He said, Martial Grand Aunt, can she be saved? With a flip of her palm, Shen Manjun took out a medicinal pill and fed it to Lu Riyue. The medicinal pill melted in her mouth. Soon, Lu Riyue's life force started to recover. She is still in time. This is Jade Maiden Peak's rank 9 medicinal pill for treating injuries. It can protect her from death, Shin Manjun said calmly as she infused a strand of gentle essence into the medicinal pill to speed up its effects. When Lu Riyue and the others heard this, they heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Lu Riyue did not die, it was fine. Xiao Qin, you killed my Heavenly Saber Pavilion's peak master, Song Quebec. You should be executed according to the sect rules. However, Song Ke attacked a fellow disciple first. That is also a capital offense. Your contributions offset your mistakes. From today onwards, you are not allowed to take half a step into my Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Do you agree? Shin Manjun said softly after Lu Riyue's condition stabilized. Although she was not the sect master, she was the most senior. To a certain extent, her words held more weight than Jiang Qi's. Idiot, why are you still not agreeing? She is protecting you. Can't you see that the people from the Holy Land are glaring at you? Just as Xiao Chun was about to retort, Lu Riyue's voice rang out in his mind. He could only nod and say, I promise Martial Grand Aunt that I will not take half a step into the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in the future. Shin Manjun nodded gently and looked at Elder Luo. Elder Luo, what do you think? The Phoenix's Passion Palace's inner core elder scolded Elder Yen, who had sent a voice projection. He smiled gently and said, Elder Shin is too polite. This is a private matter of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. It has nothing to do with the Phoenix's Passion Palace. I only hope that your young pavilion master will go to the Holy Land as promised. Since Lu Riyue was fine, Xiao Qin relaxed. Just because he did not take half a step into the heavenly saber pavilion did not mean he would not return. When his strength reached a certain level, he would definitely bring Lu Ruyue away from this place. He would not forget this promise. After bidding farewell to everyone, Xiao Qin especially thanked Princess Yingyu. Then he slowly led Bai out. Xiao Qin did not know when he would return after leaving this time. However, he would definitely return. This was because he had to complete the promise. After Xiao Chen was far away, Elder Luo walked over to Yingyu and smiled. "Little girl, you are very similar to your grandfather. You are equally tyrannical. Unfortunately, your strength is far inferior." Yingyu grasped the grand imperial spear tightly and smiled faintly. "Then do you want to give it a try?" Elder Luo smiled gently, ignoring Yingyu's mockery. "Go back and tell your grandfather that he's still lost this time." As Yingyu watched the people of the Phoenix's Passion Palace leave, she thought to herself, as long as Xiao Qin is still around, we have not lost. Following the departure of several important figures, the crowd on the drill ground also left the place. The Holy Land selection was completely ruined. However, the cultivators who came did not feel any regrets. Witnessing the start of a legend was a form of luck. Not long after, the noble clans on the platform left as well. The previously bustling drill grounds became quiet once more. Even the most glorious and grand occasion would come to an end. Jiang Qi sighed to himself and led the Heavenly Saber Pavilion elders away from this place. However, no one would have guessed that the end of this event was the beginning of the glorious stage of the Tianwu continent. The true curtains had just been drawn. Shihe Province, in a tavern on a desolate road. This was the only road from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to the Black Dragon River. Aside from the Devil's Savannah, there were many cultivators coming and going. In this desolate wilderness, the only tavern within 500 kilometers became a good place for many cultivators to stop and rest. The tavern was not big. It did not even have a main floor. It was just a building with a bedroom and kitchen. There were few tables outside and a simple signboard by the side of the road. However, business was very good. Out of the few tables, only one was empty. The rest were occupied by cultivators on their way. Outside the tavern, there was a white-clothed girl about 14 or 15 years old. She had a pretty face and held a wine gourd in her hand. She smiled at the tavern owner and said, "Boss, fill up my gourd with some wine." The tavern owner was an old man over 50 years old. When he saw the girl's pure face and her charming smile, he immediately became distracted. After a long time, he recovered his wits. He took out a funnel and placed it on the mouth of the gourd. Then he picked up a ladle from the wine jar and slowly poured the wine. When the girl smelled the fragrant wine, her cute eyes squinted. She smiled and said, "Thank you, boss. Fill up more." The tavern owner smiled and said, "No problem. I guarantee I will fill it up to the brim. This little one has always done business, honestly. I will not skimp on weight." However, after filling up the gourd for a while, the tavern owner started muttering to himself, "Why does this small gourd look like it is not full?" When he looked down, he discovered that the gourd was completely filled. There was no sign of it leaking out. At a table at the side, there was a white-clothed youth eating. There was a blue strip of cloth wrapped around his head. He had fair skin and a delicate and handsome appearance. When he saw this scene, his expression changed, and he nearly spat out the food in his mouth. He quickly ran over and picked up the gourd. Then he handed over a piece of gold and said, "Boss, there is no need to fill it up. This gold word is a reward for you." "Thank you, young hero." When the tavern owner saw the gold word, a smile bloomed on his face. However, he still muttered to himself, "Strange, it is such a small gourd. Why is it not full?" The white-clothed youth smiled bitterly to himself. "It would be strange if you could fill it up. This wine gourd is a small spatial magic treasure that I specially refined. It would be more than enough to fill 100-meter-wide pool of water. There would be no problem." Needless to say, these two people were naturally Xiao Chen and Bai, who had left the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. After leaving the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Shao Chun boarded the silver warship and quickly left the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's territory. He recuperated in a small city for half a month before continuing on his journey. In the current Great Qi nation, aside from 2 people who could fight with Shao Qin, there was no one else worthy of him going all out. In the Tianwu continent, there are 5 great nations, not to mention the strongest, the Great Jin nation, whose spirit veins had not changed much. As for the other 4 nations, the Great Tang nation, Chu nation, Xia nation, and Qin nation, the Great Qin nation was the weakest. The spiritual energy in their nation was also the thinnest. They only had 3 large sections. As for the other 3 nations, each of them had at least 4 or 5 sects that could rival the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. As for the Great Jin nation, it went without saying. Shao Chen's vision had never been limited to the Great Qin nation. From the very start, he had set his sights on the entire continent. Thus, it was imperative for him to go abroad. The Tianwu continent was vast and boundless. Aside from the 5 great nations, there was also the mysterious and chaotic ancient desolate land, the 100,000 great mountains occupied by the barbarians in the north, and the countless small nations occupied by the ancient races. Chapter 364. Just the continent itself was already boundless, not to mention the countless islands of various sizes in the boundless sea, the ice continent in the extreme north, and the legendary fiery abyss where the sun rose. The world was so big, many people could not even travel half of it in their entire lives. Perhaps one was a super genius of a nation. However, when one left the nation, one might discover that one was still as insignificant as a speck of dust. Shao Qin maintained a humble and calm heart. No matter what the outside world said, no matter how talented he was or what his future prospects were, they were all empty in Shao Chen's eyes. Only the strength that he truly grasped was the most real. He could not allow the words of the outside world to affect his heart. He had to be calm, not worried, not confused, not afraid, not arrogant. Didn't I tell you not to use this bottle gourd to buy wine? Why don't you listen? Shao Qin said as he gently patted Bai's head. Bai lowered her head and said with some grievance, "However, the other bottle gourds are really small. They are gone after I take 2 sips." Shao Qin shook his head helplessly. There was nothing he could do about this girl who loved to drink. He closed the bottle gourd and handed it back to her. He said, "This will not happen again. This time, you're not allowed to drink it before night falls." Bai smiled happily as she received the bottle gourd. Then she tied it to her waist. She nodded seriously and said, "I will not drink it. I promise I will not drink it." After leaving money for the food on the table, Shao Chen led Bai down the main road. Not long after Shao Chen left, one of the cultivators at another table said, "That youth earlier seems to be the recently famous white-robed bladesman Shao Chen. Could he be going there for the treasure as well?" Another person smiled and said, "You are overthinking it. Now, wearing white robes and a blue strip of cloth on his head is already a common attire for bladesmen. I have not seen a bladesman who did not dress like that." Another person smiled and said, "Indeed, back then, during the battle in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, I did not see any bladesman who did not dress like this. I can only say that Shao Chen is too famous now. There are too many people following him. Don't overthink it. Maybe I am overthinking things. Recently, I have indeed seen many white-robed bladesmen with blue strips of cloth on their heads. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's continue on our way after we finish eating," the first person to speak said. On a silver warship in the sky, a strong wind blew against the clouds as it advanced rapidly. Shao Chen was in the cabin, carefully looking at a map. The map showed the topography of the Shihe River and the coastal areas in detail. Every mountain, river, and town was marked in detail. Beside the large map was a small map that was flashing with spiritual light. It was the treasure map that Xiao Qin had obtained that day. According to Fatso, the location of the treasure was an island overseas. The island was surrounded by churning waves all year round. Martial monarch experts would not be able to enter. That was because the martial sage from back then had changed the laws of heaven and earth outside the island. Even after 1,000 years, the changed laws had not recovered. There would be a period of time every 2 years when the huge waves would be much smaller. This would allow martial kings to enter. Calculating the time, this was the period of time when one could pass through the huge waves. After leaving the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Xiao Qin did not have a clear destination. Since he had such a treasure map in his hands, he intended to give it a try and see if it was a fortuitous encounter for him. After comparing the map, Xiao Qin muttered, "It looks like the river on the treasure map is really the Black Dragon River in the Shiha province. The sea route marked on the red line should be the route to the island." Bai, who was sitting at the stern, looked at the focused Xiao Qin. Occasionally, she would sneakily remove the bottle gourd at her waist and take a sip. Her face would turn red, looking very alluring. Xiao Qin saw all this clearly with his spiritual sense. However, he could only smile helplessly. He held the treasure map in his hand and studied it for a while. Xiao Qin's hand slowly slid over the treasure map until he reached the island closest to the treasure. This island was called Green Wind Island. It was twice the size of Shiha City. It was a very famous transit island that led to the depths of the boundless sea in the west of the continent. Merchant ships that wanted to go to the boundless sea would stop at this island to resupply before they left. Bai stopped drinking. "We have to go down and take a ship," Xiao Qin said softly after putting away the map. Bai blushed slightly and stood up. She nodded gently and smiled. "And I got it." If they wanted to go to Green Wind Island, they would have to take another merchant ship. Controlling the silver warship for such a long distance would be very taxing on their mental and physical strength. Xiao Qin stored Bai in the spirit blood jade and returned the silver warship to his right eye. Then he quickly descended from the sky. Soon, a small city appeared in his vision. This small city was the end of the desolate road. Because there was a port near the Black Dragon River, although the city was small, it was bustling with activity. There was a huge flow of people. Xiao Qin landed firmly on the ground and paid the entrance fee. Then he immediately rushed to the port outside the city. There were many large merchant ships anchored at the port. After he heard about a merchant ship preparing to go to the depths of the boundless sea, Xiao Qin immediately rushed over. "So, you're going to Green Wind Island. Hand over 100 inferior grade spirit stones. Otherwise, there is no need for further discussion," the person who negotiated with Xiao Qin said indifferently. "Strange. Why is it so expensive? I remember that I only had to pay some gold to borrow a ship in the past. Now, I actually have to pay 100 inferior grade spirit stones." It was not that Xiao Qin did not have 100 inferior grade spirit stones. However, he did not want to be a spendthrift. So, he prepared to ask another merchant ship. The waiter on the ship smiled and said, "Stop looking. The other merchant ships charge the same price. Even if you walk to the next port, it will still be the same price." There was definitely something wrong with this abnormal situation. Xiao Qin felt suspicious and stopped. He took out 150 inferior grade spirit stones and said, "The remaining 50 are for you. Tell me why the price increased collectively." When the waiter received the extra 50 inferior grade spirit stones, a smile immediately bloomed on his face. He explained, "It is because of the treasure map passed down in the Devil's Savannah. I heard that a fatso obtained the treasure map in the Devil's Savannah. He took it to the auction house in the ancient desolate land and made a huge profit. Then he made 1,000 copies of it and sold them. Now, the treasure map has become a common item. The first person who auctioned it became a spendthrift. It is not only our great Qi nation. Many cultivators from the great Tang nation, the great Xia nation, and and the Great Chu Nation all obtained the treasure map. Hence, more people went to the Green Wind Island. Speaking up to this point, Shao Qin understood what was going on. He smiled to himself. The treasure map that I treated as a treasure has already become a common item. However, given Fatso's character, he would be able to do something like this. He had suffered too much in the Devil's Savannah. If he did not earn some money, he would not stop. When the waiter arrived at the bow of the ship, Shao Qin immediately felt countless strong auras. He saw 100 cultivators sitting on the deck. Half of them were peak martial saints. The rest were martial kings. Half were medial grade martial kings, and there were a few superior grade martial kings. Shao Qin carefully scanned the place with his spiritual sense and discovered a peak superior grade martial king. He had hidden his aura and was silently hiding in the crowd. It looked like it was, as the waiter said. Everyone knew about the secret of the treasure map. As long as they were strong, they would want to try their luck. Another bladesman who follows Shao Qin. Why do so many people like to imitate him? Do they think that just because they wear white robes and a blue strip of cloth, they're experts? When the few cultivators saw Shao Qin boarding the warship, they mocked him with mocking laughter. Shao Qin looked up and saw many bladesmen on the ship dressed like him. White robes, sabers at their waists, and a blue strip of cloth tied around their heads. Shao Qin could only selectively ignore the words of those people. In such a situation, Shao Qin could accept it. At least, he did not have to worry about exposing his identity. Shao Qin smiled gently and led the waiter to a room in the ship's hold. He said, "Help me prepare a good double room. It would be best if it was a big one. Young hero, this is your first time borrowing a ship, right? We are not a passenger ship, but a merchant ship, so—" Before the waiter could finish speaking, Shao Qin tossed him 1,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. Then he took out 100 inferior-grade spirit stones and said, "The big one is for your leader, and the small one is for you." The waiter immediately smiled and said, "Young hero really knows the rules. With spirit stones, everything is easy. A double room, right? I will give you the biggest one. Please wait for a while." Shao Qin was very clear on whether there were any empty rooms on the merchant ship. However, aside from doing meritorious deeds for the merchant ship, he could only use spirit stones to establish a connection. Inferior grade spirit stones were not very useful for Shao Qin's cultivation. He could only use them to recover his spiritual energy. Even if he spent them, it would not be a waste. Not long later, the waiter ran back and led Shao Qin to the second floor of the ship. He found a large guest room for him. "Young hero, if there is anything you need, feel free to instruct me. This little one will be waiting for you." This waiter already treated Shao Qin as the young master of a big clan. He was still thinking of getting more benefits. Shao Qin smiled faintly. He knew what the waiter was thinking. He handed over 10 inferior grade spirit stones and said, "You can withdraw first. I will call you if there is anything. Don't disturb me without my instructions." The shop assistant took the spirit stones and left in a joyful mood. After he closed the wooden door, Shao Qin immediately let out Bai, who had been confined for a long time. The guest room was very big. It was more than enough for 2 people. After Shao Qin reminded Bai not to run around, he took out a medial grade spirit stone and entered a state of cultivation, preparing to break through to superior grade martial saint at any time. After the consecutive battles at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the purple essence liquid in the Qi whirlpool in Shao Qin's dantian had been stirring restlessly. This was the prelude to a breakthrough. Furthermore, after cultivating for the past few days, the distance between Shao Qin and superior grade martial king had been shrinking. Once the time was right, he would be able to smoothly advance to superior grade martial saint. The many battles had given Shao Qin a very clear understanding of his own strength. Shao Qin's current combat prowess should be between peak medial grade martial king and superior grade martial king. He could defeat medial grade martial kings and hold his own against superior grade martial kings. However, he would not be a match for a peak superior grade martial king. If he ran into a peak superior grade martial king, it would be best to retreat early. Chapter 365. As for those within the martial saint realm, Shao Qin could be said to be unrivaled. Shao Qin was even confident of defeating a Holy Land core disciple. This port was in the middle reaches of the Black Dragon River. There was still a long way to go before it reached the estuary. Furthermore, merchant ships could not travel at full speed in the river. Hence, they were not very fast. Shao Qin did not go out. Every day, aside from eating, he spent all his time cultivating. The spiritual energy in the world below the mountain was very thin. Every 2 days, he would have to expend a medial grade spirit stone. Shao Qin did not lack medial grade spirit stones. He used more than 30,000 contribution points to exchange for more than 1,000 medial grade spirit stones. In addition to the spirit stones he obtained from selling the demonic cores, he now had more than 9,000 medial grade spirit stones. As long as he could increase his cultivation speed, he would not feel any heartache. 2 months later, the purple chi whirlpool in Shao Chen's body suddenly spun quickly. The spiritual energy in the medial grade spirit stone in his hand flowed into his body like a river. Dida! Dida! The purple essence liquid dripped continuously from the chi whirlpool. Soon, it filled the interior of the chi whirlpool. All of Shao Chen's pores, flesh, and bones felt swollen. After a while, the chi whirlpool exploded and his dantian turned chaotic. Streams of air gushed out from Shao Chen's body. Instantly, the air in the entire room surged, forming small tornadoes. An extremely comfortable feeling spread throughout Shao Chen's body. The essence circulating in his meridians was denser and purer than before. Did I break through? With a thought, Shao Chen sent his consciousness into his dantian. He saw that the purple chi whirlpool was twice as large as before. Previously, it could have been filled with purple liquid. Now it barely filled half of it. Shao Qin successfully broke through. After more than 4 months, Shao Qin finally advanced from peak medial grade martial saint to superior grade martial saint. Revealing a faint smile, Shao Chen circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. The purple essence immediately circulated a small cycle through the 9 major meridians. Then, it started to circulate in the minor meridians around the major meridians. With this advancement, he had opened several dozen new minor meridians. One of them was for cultivating the purple thunder divine incantation's 6th layer. The more minor meridians there were, the more essence would circulate in the purple thunder divine incantation's 6th layer. An hour later, the purple essence chi finally began to circulate through all the meridians. The essence chi in the 9 main meridians gathered into tiny streams that gathered in the purple chi whirlpool. The chi whirlpool slowly stopped after it was mostly filled. All it needed was a great cycle and it would be. However, Shao Chen did not continue to circulate his energy. He opened his eyes, and 2 beams of purple light flashed in them, radiating sharpness. Elder brother Shao Chen, you have as Qi. Chun Shao Shao Chen spirit. Shao Chen waved his hand and sucked in all the flowing purple energy into his body. He stood up and smiled faintly. I have not gone out for a month. You must be feeling stifled. After passing through the corridor, the 2 of them arrived at the bow of the ship. At this moment, the sun had just risen. The faint light of the sun cast a golden shadow on the surface of the river. The sky had just brightened. The many cultivators on the deck were walking around the side of the ship. They gathered in groups of 2 or 3 and chatted with each other. After not coming out for more than a month, Shao Chen felt the breeze from the river. His mind relaxed, and his mind felt much better. Shao Chen had not come out for more than a month. When he felt the breeze from the river, his mind relaxed, and his mind felt much better. After traveling for more than a month, a huge tributary suddenly appeared on the river in front. Many merchant ships turned around and sailed into the tributary. After traveling for half a day, a huge tributary suddenly appeared in front of them. Many merchant ships turned around and sailed into the tributary. Shao Qin had seen the map before. He knew that this tributary led to the most chaotic place in the continent, the ancient desolate land. The ancient desolate land was very large. It was about half the size of the great Qin nation. If one included some desolate and uninhabited places, it would be about the same size as the great Qin nation. The center of the ancient desolate land was the capital of the Tianwu dynasty. It was once the most glorious city in the continent. Unfortunately, after the dynasty was destroyed, the dragon vein that the Tianwu emperor had laid dormant for 10,000 years was split into 9. The ancient desolate land became an extremely dangerous place. As a result, the spiritual energy of the ancient desolate land was extremely dense. However, no empire moved their capital there. Shao Qin collected his thoughts. Since they were already here, it would not be long before they set sail. Soon, the merchant ship would leave the Tianwu continent and reach the coastal waters. We are about to reach the Thunder King Valley. After we pass the Thunder King Valley, we will leave the Tianwu continent, a cultivator suddenly said. Another companion sighed and said, Ever since the Thunder King, there have been no more peak experts in the great Qin nation. They have really declined. I wonder if there will be someone like the Thunder King after 1,000 years. That Blades man who appeared in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion not long ago might be able to recreate the glory of the Thunder King. He defeated so many noble clan geniuses in one go. He is the only one in the past 100 years to do so. In this era, there are many geniuses. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. The continent that has been silent for 1,000 years will definitely rise again. Even within the great Qin nation, the geniuses of those noble clans are not weak. There is also Lun Liusu, who became an inferior grade martial king at the age of 17. There is also Chu Chaoyan, who has not revealed his true strength yet. There are also some geniuses from the military who spend most of their time on the battlefield in the imperial capital. They are not inferior to the era of 1,000 years ago. As for the experts of the other nations, there are even more of them. As far as I know, there are at least 100 people who are not weaker than Shao Qin. Furthermore, this does not include the geniuses of the great Jin nation. Naturally, the geniuses of the great Jin nation are not included. They are not in the same world as us. How can we compare? We might be able to see these geniuses on the Green Wind Island this time. I heard that the other nations also have treasure maps of the Devil's Savannah. Someone on the bow of the warship mentioned the Thunder King. The entire deck immediately became lively. These knowledgeable cultivators started to discuss the geniuses of the various nations. This piqued Shao Chen's interest. He pricked up his ears and listened attentively. 1,000 years ago, which was the era of the Thunder King, there were many geniuses in the various nations. There were countless capable people. After the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty, the world of cultivators reached its peak. All sorts of dazzling genius cultivators emerged like pearls. The Thunder King rose up like a comet in such an era. He swept through all the geniuses in the world until he became one of the few people who stood at the top of the pyramid of the continent. After the fall of the Thunder King, the glorious era slowly came to an end. The world of cultivators started to decline. There were very few peak experts, and the various geniuses were no longer as dazzling as before. However, there seemed to be some signs now. It was like a glorious era was slowly budding. The morning sun had already risen above everyone's heads. The sunlight became unusually intense. A majestic canyon appeared in the distance. Everyone stopped talking as they looked at the canyon in the distance with reverence in their eyes. The canyon was a few thousand meters tall. It stood on both sides of the Black Dragon River. It was like two swords piercing into the sky. Clouds shrouded the peak. When the merchant ship arrived before the canyon, it slowed down. After entering the canyon, the sky immediately turned dark. Everyone on the deck fell silent. Only the sound of splashing waves could be heard on the quiet surface of the river. Everyone even seemed to hold their breath. What's going on? Xiao Chen looked suspiciously at the canyon on both sides. The moment he looked around, he was thoroughly shocked. The canyon towered into the clouds. There was a huge statue of a person carved on it. This person was very lifelike and had a resolute expression. He wore tight robes and had a sword at his waist. He looked at the distant sea. The statue was carved in the canyon's vein. It was a kilometer long and looked like it would soar into the sky. It gave off a majestic aura that could swallow the mountains and rivers, associating the name of the canyon with the Thunder Emperor Valley. Everyone was able to guess the identity of the person carved on the canyon. Rumble. Suddenly, endless thunder roared in the clear sky. When everyone looked up, they saw dark clouds churning in the sky. There seemed to be a vast army moving in them. The aura was overwhelming, and bolts of lightning occasionally tore through the sky. The berserk will of thunder reverberated in the canyon. This made everyone feel a horrifying pressure. It was like the next bolt of lightning would strike them, destroying their soul and dying without a complete corpse. When Bai saw the horrifying lightning in the sky, he seemed to think of the lightning from his tribulation. He paled in fright and hugged Xiao Chen tightly, unwilling to let go. Elder brother Xiao Chen, Bai is so scared. When Xiao Chen felt the trembling Bai in his embrace, he used his hand to cover Bai's mouth. He whispered, "Don't be afraid. Don't make a sound." This was the will of thunder, the purest will of thunder. Even after 1,000 years, it still inspired fear in people, not daring to move. No wonder the cultivators on the deck did not speak after entering the canyon. They were probably afraid of offending the supreme will and getting punished. Xiao Chen looked up at the boundless thunderclouds in the sky. He felt a strange sense of familiarity. The lunar shadow saber at his waist trembled continuously. It seemed very excited, like it would jump out at any moment. Xiao Chen used one hand to press down on the lunar shadow saber, preventing others from noticing anything strange. "Ao Jiao, did you feel it as well?" Xiao Chen thought somewhat sadly. Under this supreme will of thunder, he felt an insurmountable gap between him and the Thunder King. Unexpectedly, a will from 1,000 years ago was still so strong. If he faced the Thunder King, he wondered if he would have the courage to stand up straight. The canyon was very dark. The merchant ship seemed to have traveled for a very long time. When it charged out of the canyon, the sunlight shone on everyone again. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Cold sweat trickled down their backs. When they turned their heads back to look at the deep canyon, they felt a lingering fear. Xiao Chen let go of Bai and said, "Bai, don't be afraid. We are already out." Bai recovered some color on his face. He reluctantly came out of Xiao Chen's embrace and said, "Bai is no longer afraid. Elder brother, Xiao Chen's embrace is the safest." Chapter 366. Strange, there are no deaths or injuries this time. "This is the first time I've encountered such a situation in Thunder King Valley," an older martial king on the deck said. Another old man continued, "That's right. I also feel that it is a little strange. It seems like the Thunder Emperor Valley is much calmer than usual today. I clearly feel that there is someone resisting this will, but the Thunder Emperor did not send down any punishment." Xiao Chen thought, could it be because of me or Ao Jiao? Some of the young cultivators at the side asked in confusion, "Senior, what is the situation? Can you explain it in detail?" The old man who spoke first said, "This Thunder King Valley is also known as the Valley of Life and Death. Every day, when the merchant ships pass by this valley, there will be cultivators who die or get injured. There are very few exceptions." "Why?" The old man smiled faintly. because there will always be some people who will resist this will of thunder unconsciously. In the past, there are strong martial monarchs who tried to steal this will of thunder. However, no matter how strong their cultivation was, there was only one result: death. As long as there is any delusion or resistance, the will of thunder will injure you. If you resist seriously, you will die. No matter how high your cultivation is, you will not be able to change this result. Perhaps only a sage can try. Hearing this, the cultivators on the deck who had resisted this will either accidentally or intentionally felt fear in their hearts. Is the Thunder King really that strong? He has been dead for 1,000 years. Why is this will of thunder not extinguished? Furthermore, it is still so mighty, the young cultivators asked, their interest piqued by the old man's words. The old man stroked his beard and smiled. There are 7 types of energy in the world. The lightning attribute is the most berserk and has the most tyrannical attack. Cultivating the lightning attribute is also the most difficult. This is because lightning represents the heavenly Tao in the natural world, the power of heavenly punishment. Similarly, the cultivation of the state of thunder and the will of thunder is the most difficult for all cultivators. The Thunder King was able to comprehend the will of thunder into the immortal will of thunder, which is comparable to the heavenly Tao. With such a tyrannical attack power, even the older generation emperors, who are of a higher cultivation level than the Thunder Emperor, would not dare to face him head-on. Fighting with him is equivalent to going through a lightning tribulation. Who would be so bored as to let themselves go through a lightning tribulation? The old man spoke with fervor and assurance. It was obvious that he had traveled extensively and was knowledgeable. Xiao Chun recounted everything that the Thunder King had done in the various parts of the continent. This made all the cultivators on the deck yearn in their hearts. It was like they were in that glorious era, turning into the Thunder King, killing gods and demons, trampling on all geniuses, and reaching the peak of the world. What's up with the statue in the gorge? Such a huge statue, it seems to cover the entire gorge. Without at least 1,000 people, it would be impossible to complete such a large work. However, how did a few thousand people coordinate with each other to carve such a perfect statue? Seeing that someone finally brought the topic to the statue, the old man continued smiling. If I told you that this statue was formed naturally, would you believe me? How can that be? The surrounding young cultivators all shook their heads. When the old man heard this, he laughed loudly. You youngsters have pretty good talent. You are already peak superior grade martial saints at the age of 24 or 25. However, you are still too inexperienced to think about going to the treasure trove. Another old man at the side was a superior grade martial king. He said indifferently, in the future, if you have the opportunity to go to the ancient desolate land and see the statue of the first Tianwu emperor, you'll know that these words are true. Indeed, in the end, the youngsters are still too inexperienced. On this trip to the treasure trove, you will definitely meet with experts from other nations. At that time, you might not even be able to keep your lives, another old martial king said. Furthermore, don't think that just because you are dressed up, you are a white-robed bladesman. How childish! Someone brought up the same topic again. When the bladesmen in white robes with blue strips of cloth on their heads heard this, they all felt somewhat embarrassed. They did not know how to answer. The topic slowly returned to reality, to the destination of the group. The older generation cultivators all spoke up to discourage these youngsters. Actually, these old men were just reminding the crowd that if they met with experts from other nations, they would not even know how they died if they could not calm down. These old men had good intentions. As for how many of these youngsters would calm down, they did not need to worry. The topics of these old men broadened Xiao Chen's horizons. This was especially so for the Thunder King's deeds. This allowed him to gain a better understanding of this legendary man. However, half of Xiao Chen's attention was on the deck, on the peak superior grade martial king who had hidden his aura. Many cultivators sat on the deck at the bow, quietly comprehending the will of thunder from earlier. These were all lightning-attributed cultivators. The immortal will of thunder that the Thunder King left behind had a strong effect on lightning-attributed cultivators. More or less, it would be of some help. Perhaps it would allow one state to advance further, or it would allow one to comprehend the state of thunder. Among the cultivators sitting on the deck, there was an old man in gray robes. He looked very ordinary. He was a typical ordinary old man. This old man's aura was that of a superior grade martial king. There were many such old men on the bow. It was not strange for someone to be a superior grade martial king at such a young age. However, Xiao Chun could clearly sense that this person was a peak superior grade martial king. He was only one step shy of becoming a half-step martial monarch. He was extremely strong. This person was not a man of few words on the bow, nor did he brag about his past experiences. When he came across a topic that he was interested in, he would make some insipid comments, not attracting the attention of others. If it were not for Xiao Chen's spiritual sense being very sharp, he would not have discovered that this person was a peak martial king expert. This person is extremely dangerous. Xiao Chen kept an eye on him. The dog that bites is never the one that barks the loudest. At this moment, the merchant ship had already left the Tianmu continent. The Thunder King Valley slowly disappeared from everyone's sight. The continent also moved further away from the crowd. At the entrance of the valley, there were still many merchant ships slowly sailing out to sea. Xiao Chun withdrew his gaze and ignored the people on the ship who were still discussing. He walked straight to the bow and looked out at the sea. All he could see was boundless seawater. The seawater was calm without any ripples. It was a deep blue. Occasionally, a flock of seabirds flew by. At this moment, the sea was very gentle. Before the calm, unruffled sea, one's field of vision was very wide. It broadened one's mind. The huge merchant ship broke through the waves and moved quickly on the sea. Now that they were on the sea, the merchant ship no longer had to worry about anything. It could move at full speed. Xiao Chen muttered, "Is this the boundless sea? It is indeed endless. I'm afraid that even if I spent my entire life, I would not be able to reach the end of this sea. Ha ha, this is not the boundless sea. This is just the coastal waters of the Tianmu continent. After we pass the Greenwind Island, we will truly reach the edge of the boundless sea. However, that is only the shallow sea. The true deep sea is even further." Suddenly, a drawn-out voice resounded in Xiao Chen's ears. He turned his head and saw the peak martial king that he had been paying attention to. He did not know when he had arrived. Xiao Chen was mildly startled, but his expression did not change. He smiled faintly and said, "Old senior, it looks like you are very knowledgeable. You seem to understand the boundless sea very well. Can you tell this junior about it?" The old man smiled gently and said, "I do not dare to address myself as senior. In the world of cultivators, the strong are respected not by age. This old man is called Wu Shangshuan. If little brother does not mind, you can call me Old Wu. Old Wu, please explain it to this junior." Xiao Chen said softly. He also wanted to know what the situation of the boundless sea was like, so he did not mind chatting a little more. Wu Shangshuan looked at the boundless sea and said sullenly, "The boundless sea has a total of 4 directions: the eastern sea, the western sea, the southern sea, and the northern sea. The merchant ship we are on is heading to the western sea. The true boundless sea is divided into the deep sea and the shallow sea. Currently, humans only have control over the shallow sea. As for the deep sea, it is too mysterious. This old man does not know much about it. There are countless islands in each direction of the shallow seas, and there are also countless powerful sections. Apart from the East Sea, the other 3 directions of the shallow seas all have a dominant sect, which is relatively stable." Xiao Chen thought for a while and asked, "How strong are the sects in the boundless sea compared to the sects in my great Qin nation. If compared to the Western Shallow Sea, they can barely be considered a second-rate power. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion could be considered a first-rate power in the past. However, now it can only be considered a second-rate power. If we include the Heavenly Craft Manor, it might be better. Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised. Could it be that the Heavenly Craft Manor is stronger than the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? What do you mean? Ha! If you go out more, you will discover that many of the spirit weapons of the cultivators in the continent are made by the Heavenly Craft Manor. Even in the Great Qin Nation, this is very obvious. In terms of fame, the three great sects are not as famous as the Heavenly Craft Manor. Think about it carefully. If such a profitable sect does not have a certain level of strength, why did the royal court and the other sects not dare to swallow it up? Xiao Chen had not thought of this unless he had a strong backer. If not, there was only one reason. The Heavenly Craft Manor had its own hidden power. When Wu Shangxuan spoke up to this point, he suddenly paused. He said, "White-robed bladesman, for you to be so interested in the Boundless Sea's powers, aside from going to the Green Wind Island, are you planning to go to the Boundless Sea as well?" Xiao Qin was slightly stunned. He smiled and said, "Old Wu must be joking. How am I the white-robed bladesman? I only wear white robes. Stop denying it. You are observing me, but I am observing you as well," Wu Shangxuan said calmly as he looked into the distance. Xiao Chen's heart sank. It looked like this person might have discovered his identity. Otherwise, he would not have come over to talk to him for no reason. Wu Shangxuan continued, "There is no need to be nervous. This old man is actually looking for you to discuss the matter of the Savannah King's treasure. I have been to that island twice before. This is my third time." Chapter 367. Wu Shangxuan had actually gone there twice already. This surprised Xiao Chen greatly. For him to be able to escape unscathed twice, this person's strength was probably higher than Xiao Chen had imagined. The first time, this old man obtained 3,000 medial-grade spirit stones, 2 secret treasures, and 2 bottles of rank 7 medicinal pills. The second time, I obtained 5,000 medial-grade spirit stones, 3 secret treasures, and a bottle of rank 8 medicinal pills. That is how I obtained my current cultivation. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "In that case, it looks like old Wu has made ample preparations this time. You should be able to reap a great harvest." "Difficult." Wu Shangxuan sighed softly. "I wonder which damned fatso spread the treasure map." Now, aside from the cultivators of the Great Qin Nation, the cultivators of the other 4 nations are all rushing over here. Fortuitous encounters were hard to come by. The Savannah King's treasures were undoubtedly a great fortuitous encounter. This was clear from Wu Shangxuan's 2 harvests. Who would not be tempted by such a fortuitous encounter? It would not be strange, no matter how many people came. Most or all of the cultivators on the merchant ships behind Xiaochen were probably here for the Savannah King's treasures. However, looking at Wu Shangxuan's expression, it seemed like there was more to his words. Xiao Chen muttered to himself for a while before saying, "Senior, if you have something to say, just say it." When Wu Shangxuan heard this, he laughed loudly. "You youngsters are really direct. This old man said so much because I want to work together with you to explore the Savannah King's treasures." Working together with Wu Shangxuan would be of great help to Xiao Chen. Wu Shangxuan had been to the island with the treasures twice. He would definitely be more familiar with the island's situation than others. That way, Xiao Chen could save a lot of trouble. However, if Xiao Chen were to work together with a stranger of unknown origins, especially when the other party was stronger than him, the other party would definitely be the leader. If the other party killed him to snatch the treasures, he would be helpless. "Sorry, I am used to being alone. I'm afraid I cannot accept Senior's kind intentions." Hence, no matter how many benefits there were, Xiao Chen would not agree. The risk was too great. Wu Shangshuan promised some more benefits and tried his best to invite Xiao Chen to come along. However, Xiao Chen did not budge. He did not agree, no matter what he said. "Ha ha! Since little brother does not agree, then never mind. When we meet again, we will still be friends. This old man will take his leave first," Wu Shangshuan said with a gentle smile. A hard-to-detect venom flashed in his eyes. Xiao Chen's eyes were very sharp, and he easily caught this trace of hatred. This made him even more certain that this venerable Wu was definitely not a good person. However, if he had any tricks up his sleeves, Xiao Chen was not someone to be trifled with. Even if he couldn't kill him, he could still make him suffer. Brother Xiao Chen, that man was so fake. Bai clearly felt his murderous intent, but he was smiling so happily, Bai walked over and said softly. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Ignore him. Don't come out for a few days. This person is not easy to deal with." Boom! 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 Just at this moment, the calm sea suddenly surged with violent waves. The waves were 100 meters tall, and the huge merchant ship also started shaking. The sudden situation caused the cultivators on the deck to be astonished. They nearly fell to the ground. What's going on? This is still the coastal waters. There are very few storms in this season. Why are there such large waves? A few cultivators who traveled to the coastal waters all year round asked suspiciously. The ship was still shaking nonstop. However, the cultivators had already recovered their wits. After they circulated their essence, they were barely able to maintain their balance. Xiao Chen's feet seemed to be glued to the deck. The merchant ship shook without moving at all. He supported Bai and quickly extended his spiritual sense into the distance. Now that Xiao Chen's cultivation had increased, his spiritual sense could already cover a radius of 5 kilometers. If he used it in a straight line, he could see the situation 10 kilometers away. Soon, Xiao Chen understood what was going on. 8 kilometers in front, there were 2 huge warships engaged in an intense battle. The ancient demonic energy cannons fired at each other, firing energy shells without regard for the consumption. All sorts of resplendent energy beams interweaved in the air. The aftershocks of the battle created a huge storm. They kicked up huge waves that spread out to the surface of the sea. What a strong aftershock! Unexpectedly, each warship is equipped with hundreds of ancient demonic energy cannons. No wonder the aftershock is still so powerful, even after spreading for 5,000 kilometers. Xiao Chen withdrew his spiritual sense and felt slightly astonished. That blue warship seemed to be flying the flag of the Golden Rock Merchant Association. The Golden Rock Merchant Association. Isn't that the Merchant Association of Kim Taeho's clan? The other warship was pure black. There was a black flag on the bow of the ship. There was a ferocious 9-headed dragon embroidered on the flag, bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. The 2 warships both had circular light shields blocking the energy beams fired at them. They seemed to be equally matched. If this continued, the 2 warships might sink at the same time. Dong! 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 A group of people came out of the ship's hold. They were the captain and the guards of the ship. Clearly, they were startled by the abnormal waves on the sea. The captain of the merchant ship was a middle-aged man. He was tall and had an imposing appearance. He wore yellow robes threaded with golden threads and exuded a vigorous aura. Unexpectedly, he was a superior grade martial king. There were 8 guards beside the captain. They were all martial kings and were no more than 40 years old. This was the period when one's chi and blood were at their peak. Such a martial king's sharpness was much stronger than the old martial kings on the deck. If they really fought, their essence might not be as dense as the other parties. However, because their chi and blood were abundant, their sharpness was still present. Their chances of victory were higher. The captain looked at the horrifying waves in the distance and frowned slightly. He said to the person beside him, Lu Sheng, your perception is as strong as a half-step martial monarch. Help me take a look at what's going on. The cultivator called. Lu Sheng nodded and walked to the bow of the ship. He closed his eyes and blue ripples of light shot out from his body. The ripples merged into the water and headed into the distance. This person's martial spirit is rather special. Furthermore, he probably comprehended the state of water. That's why his perception is as strong as a half-step martial monarch's, Xiaoqin thought to himself. Replying to Captain, it is the Black Dragon Group's 9-headed dragon worship. It is fighting with the Golden Rock Merchant Association's underworld wolf worship. Lu Sheng said softly as he opened his eyes. This is the coastal waters. How can there be a Black Dragon Group ship? Are you sure? One of the older martial kings on the deck exclaimed in shock. Lu Sheng walked over and said, Captain, should we go around? The captain frowned heavily. He muttered to himself for a while before saying, Are you sure there are only 2 warships? There are no other merchant ships or passenger ships. Lu Sheng nodded and said, I did not see any merchant ships or passenger ships of the Golden Rock Merchant Association within 50 kilometers. There are only 2 warships fighting. The captain's expression relaxed. He said, In that case, there is no need to care about them. Raise the Merchant Association's flag and continue on our way. The Black Dragon Group normally operates in the shallow seas of the 4 directions. Why are they in the coastal waters this time? This is really puzzling. The Golden Rock Merchant Association's warship is here as well. Don't they usually operate in the shallow seas of the north? Why are they in the west? Could it be that these 2 clans are here for the treasure left behind by the Savannah King? If that is the case, our chances will be much smaller. When the many cultivators on the deck thought of this possibility, their expressions all changed. The Savannah King's treasure had already attracted many cultivators from the 4 great nations. Now that the Golden Rock Merchant Association and the Black Dragon Group were here, their chances of obtaining a fortuitous encounter would be even smaller. Wu Shangshuan's expression turned extremely unsightly. He glanced at Xiaoqin, and a strange light flickered in his eyes. It was like a venomous snake flicking its tongue. The merchant ship raised its flag and continued moving forward. After 2 hours, they neared the center of the battle. The waves on the surface of the sea surged even more violently. The waves they kicked up were more than 200 meters tall. They looked very horrifying. Resplendent beams of light shot across the surface of the sea, creating a screen of water that supported the sky. This made the surging sea even more chaotic. How wasteful is this? One shot from the ancient demonic energy cannon would exhaust 1,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. It looks like spirit stones are no longer valuable. A cultivator on the deck side. Seeing the merchant ship raise its flag, the 2 warships ceased fire at the same time. The waves on the surface of the sea surged for a long time before slowly coming to a stop. The merchant ship passed between the 2 warships very calmly. There were no waves at all. This is really strange. The firepower of the merchant ship is clearly not as strong as that of the warship. Unexpectedly, it can pass so calmly, Xiaoqin thought suspiciously. It could be because of some rules of the sea. For example, warships could not fire at merchant ships. Otherwise, they would be breaking the rules and would be attacked by all powers. Xiaoqin, over here. Just as Xiaoqin was thinking, a pleasantly surprised voice came from above. He looked up and saw Fatso waving at him from the 200-meter-tall bow of the underworld river warship. Xiaoqin hesitated for a while before saying to Bai, Come, let's go up. The 2 of them pushed off the bow of the ship and flew up to the bow of the underworld river warship before the shocked gazes of the many cultivators on the deck. Earlier, Kim Tae-ho, what did he call him? If I did not hear wrong, it was Xiaoqin, right? It should be true. I did not expect this person to be the white-robed bladesman Xiaoqin. He is too low profile. It's over. I actually mocked him earlier for pretending to be the white-robed bladesman. I have embarrassed myself greatly." When the people below verified Xiao Chen's identity, they all started discussing fervently. They had not expected the legendary bladesman of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to actually appear before them. When Wu Shangshuan saw Xiao Chen fly up to the underworld river worship, a deep sense of disappointment flashed in his eyes. He muttered, "How unfortunate. I was originally planning to make a move tonight. This brat is wearing 3 secret treasures. If I could get my hands on him, I would definitely gain a lot. However, as long as he goes to Qianren Island, he will still have a chance. It is not that easy to obtain the Savannah King's treasure." The merchant ship slowly moved further away. Wu Shangshuan stared at Xiao Chen's back. The greed in his eyes slowly faded away. "Ha ha! White-robed bladesman Xiao Chen, now that you are famous, your deeds have spread throughout my great Tang nation. This fat brother will probably have to follow you in the future," Kim Tae-ho said with a smile as he patted Xiao Chen's shoulder. Xiao Chen felt his shoulder sink. He felt ashamed in his heart, now that he had cultivated dragon tendon tiger bone. Even without using any strength, he could withstand a blow of more than 500 kilograms. Chapter 368. However, Fatso's palm strike still made him feel heavy. It was easy to imagine how much force this fellow had used. "There is no need to be so exaggerated," Xiao Chen smiled, feeling somewhat speechless. Kim Tae-ho laughed and said, "Aren't I missing my brother? Duan Yuking, Ji Changkong, and the others are quite famous in the great Tang nation. In the previous 5-nation youth competition, these people all qualified for the second round." Xiao Chen had heard of the 5-nation youth competition before. It was a youth competition that was held every 3 years in the Great Jin Nation. However, very few people from the Great Qin Nation had entered the top 100 in the past few 5-nation youth competitions. Hence, there was very little news about the competition in the Great Qin Nation. After all, such disgraceful results were announced with great fanfare. It was like slapping their own faces. "That's right, who is this beauty? Why don't you introduce her to this fat lord?" Fatso's eyes lit up when he saw by behind Xiao Chen. Bai looked at Kim Tae-ho and smiled gently. "I know you. You are Kim Tae-ho." Kim Tae-ho felt it was strange. "How do you know me?" "I don't think we have met before." "Bai has met you before. The first time we met, you took a sculpture that elder brother Xiao Chen gave you." Bai wanted to continue, but Xiao Chen quickly stopped her. If she continued, Kim Tae-ho's scandal would be exposed. When Kim Tae-ho heard Bai's words, an incredulous look flashed in his eyes. He muttered, "Brother Xiao Chen, this is... I'll tell you in the future. I can't explain everything in such a short time." Xiao Chen did not want to speak too much about Bai's matters. Kim Tae-ho observed his expression and smiled. "It's fine, it's fine. I'll bring you to meet someone first. Miss Bai, come along as well." As Kim Tae-ho walked into the cabin and walked all the way to the top floor, Xiao Chen took the opportunity to ask, "What's going on with this ship and the Black Dragon Triad's warship?" Kim Tae-ho smiled casually and said, "It's fine. Recently, the Chamber of Commerce has been fighting for some maritime trade routes in the West. We have not reached an agreement with the Black Dragon Group on the key issues. Let's fight a few battles first. Otherwise, no one will give in. However, since I have seen you, there is no need to fight today." Indeed, with different cultivation realms, one's perspective on problems was different. The cultivators on the deck were extremely nervous about the battle between the Black Dragon Group and the Golden Rock Merchant Association. They said all sorts of things. However, when it came from the mouth of the person involved, there was no smell of gunpowder at all. It seemed incomparably casual, just like a fight between children. Ding, ding, ding. Melodious zither music came from the top floor. The zither music was very pleasing to the ears. It was like a puddle of clear water splashing down beside one's ears, complementing the melodious tune. It made one feel relaxed and peaceful. Xiao Chen had a guess as to who Fatso wanted to bring him to meet. Xiao Chen pushed open the doors to the top floor. Indeed, as Xiao Chen expected, it was Su Xiaoxiao on the elegant top floor, playing the zither with a calm expression. After Su Xiaoxiao finished playing, she picked up her zither and walked over. She smiled gently and said, "Young Master Xiao, it has been a long time." Indeed, it had been a long time. Since they parted at Whitewater City, it had been a year since Xiao Chen last saw Su Xiaoxiao. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Miss Xiaoxiao's zither music is still as pleasant as before. It is just an elegant thing. I have embarrassed myself in front of young Master Xiao," Su Xiaoxiao said softly. Kim Tae-ho led the group to the dining table in the room. He instructed for some food and wine to be prepared. Then they started chatting as they drank. After chatting for a while, Su Xiaoxiao looked at Bai and could not help asking, "Who is this lady?" Xiao Chen thought for a while and said, "This is my younger sister. You can just call her Bai." In the future, when he met people he knew, Xiao Chen intended to introduce them like this to avoid unnecessary trouble. Bai took a sip of wine and said happily, "Bai greets elder sister Xiaoxiao. Bai also likes listening to elder sister Xiaoxiao play the zither." Bai was innocent and lively. Her voice was melodious and cute. The moment she spoke, she made Su Xiaoxiao laugh. "Ha ha! In the future, if you have any ideas, elder sister can teach you." Su Xiaoxiao smiled gently as she looked at Bai. Bai said excitedly, "Thank you, elder sister." The group casually talked about their encounters. After that, Su Xiaoxiao asked, "Young Master Xiao, you probably came to the Green Wind Island for the Savannah King's treasure, right?" Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Yes, I am just trying my luck. I want to see if I have any fortuitous encounters." "What about after that?" Su Xiaoxiao continued to ask. Xiao Chen thought for a while and smiled gently. "After that, I will go back to the various nations to temper myself. One cannot be a frog in a well. I have to go out and explore. If there is an opportunity, I hope to travel the entire Tianmu continent and see the geniuses and outstanding talents of various places." There was still something he did not say in his heart. That was to defeat all these geniuses, one by one, and never stop on the path to the peak. When Su Xiaoxiao heard this, she was not surprised. She said, "This time, for the sake of the Savannah King's treasure, many of the young talents of the various nations have come to the Green Wind Island. They are holding a small gathering on the island. If you want to go, I can be the middleman." Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. The Great Qi nation was the weakest of the 4 great nations. There were only 3 great sects in the nation. Compared to the other great nations, the Great Qi nation was far inferior. Xiao Chen's purpose in coming out was to see the world. Su Xiaoxiao's suggestion moved him. "However, before you agree, you have to be mentally prepared. These people are all arrogant and unruly. Their temperaments are very high. It is hard to avoid a clash of words." Su Xiaoxiao reminded Xiao Chen when she saw that he was tempted. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "No problem, I can understand." It was hard for youths to avoid showing off their abilities. This was especially so for these geniuses with higher talent. Most of them thought highly of themselves. Since Xiao Chen started out, he had seen a lot of such people. He completely understood Su Xiaoxiao's words. However, he was no longer that impatient youth of the past. Now he was still as sharp as before. It was just that he was much more reserved. His 1 year in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had matured his mental state. From Xiao Chen's eyes, Su Xiaoxiao could tell that Xiao Chen had matured a lot, so she did not say anything more. Kim Tae-ho, who was at the side, said seriously, "Xiao Chen, the sects of the other 4 nations are very competitive. The competition is much stronger than in the Great Qi nation. Even if your talent is the same, the environment you are in is different. Your cultivation is on a different level. In this small gathering, there are 5 people who are not weaker than you. The host of the gathering, Jin Wuji, is one of the top 100 contestants of the previous four-nation youth competition. Xiao Chen understood what Kim Tae-ho meant. He was reminding him not to be careless. Otherwise, he might end up suffering a huge setback. Actually, there was no need for Kim Tae-ho to say it. Xiao Chen already knew that the world was very big. Especially in this era, there were as many geniuses as there were beasts. The battle at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had solidified Xiao Chen's confidence, making him sharper. However, he had never been arrogant to the point that he was undefeatable and looked down on the heroes of the world. After the meal, under the strong request of the three, Su Xiaoxiao played a few more tunes for the crowd. Su Xiaoxiao's tunes were ethereal and lively. One would never get tired of listening to them. They could clearly feel the state of the tunes. Sometimes it was the peak of a green mountain, sometimes it was a small bridge with flowing water, sometimes it was a cool breeze, and sometimes it was a powerful army with lofty aspirations. The various states changed naturally and smoothly, without any stiffness. After Su Xiaoxiao finished playing a few tunes, the beautiful tunes still lingered in everyone's ears, lingering for a long time. When Bai heard this, he immediately pestered Su Xiaoxiao, wanting her to teach him how to play the zither. Su Xiaoxiao liked Bai a lot, so she immediately expressed that she wanted to take her in as a disciple. Little White kept calling Su Xiaoxiao master, which made Su Xiaoxiao giggle from time to time. Kim Tae-ho pulled Xiao Qin to the balcony of the top floor. As the sea breeze blew, he took out a bag of spirit stones and handed it to Xiao Qin. He said, 1,000 medial-grade spirit stones. Consider it the compensation for saving this fat lord the other time. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He revealed an expression of disbelief. Since when did Fatso become so generous? I feel depressed. Old brother Xiao Chen, can you not show such an expression? Do I look like such a petty person? It is just 1,000 medial-grade spirit stones, Kim Tae-ho said, feeling extremely speechless. Xiao Chen said indifferently, Don't say I look like you. You are one in the first place. However, I still want these spirit stones. Although Fatso said it very generously, when he handed over the spirit stones, the fat on his face could not help but twitch a few times, revealing the pain in his heart. Xiao Chen smiled gently and placed the spirit stones in his universe ring. He said, Let me ask you something. What is this Su Xiaoxiao's identity? She seems to be very capable. She can casually invite people to this gathering of the outstanding talents of the four nations. According to what Kim Tae-ho said, the level of this gathering was not low. Furthermore, the host was one of the top 100 participants of the previous five-nation youth competition. If an ordinary person wanted to join such a small gathering, they would not be able to do so without a certain status and identity. As the sea breeze blew, Kim Tae-ho smiled gently and said, There is no harm in telling you. Her true identity is the young manor lord of the heavenly craft manor. She is the successor on the surface. The young manor lord of the heavenly craft manor. No wonder. Wu Shangshuan once said that the influence of the heavenly craft manor in the continent was much stronger than that of the three great sections. With the identity of the young manor lord, it would be easy for her to get to know the outstanding talents of the various nations. Kim Tae-ho smiled and said, Don't overthink. Just make your preparations. The warship is twice as fast as the merchant ship. We will reach the Green Wind Island in 3 days. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The sea was calm and peaceful. Due to some reasons, the Jin clan's warship could not dock at the Green Wind Island harbor. The four took a small boat and headed for the Green Wind Island harbor. The Green Wind Island's harbor was livelier than any harbor that Xiao Qin had seen before. Large merchant ships from the various nations filled the area. The small boat that the four were on was like an ant traveling through a giant statue. It was very insignificant. After they reached the shore, Su Xiaoxiao said, The gathering should start at noon. Let's enter the city, quickly, and not waste time. Before Su Xiaoxiao and Lu Shangshuan's astonished gazes, A silver worship shot out from Xiao Chen's eyes. He said softly, "If we are in a rush, then use this secret treasure of mine." The silver worship expanded according to Xiao Chen's will. Then it soared into the sky with a so sound, flying quickly through the clouds. Fatso stood on the bow of the warship and shouted, "Damn! Xiao Chen, the flying formations on this warship are actually intact. We can fly without using spirit stones. Are you selling this secret treasure? I will buy it no matter how much it costs." Chapter 369. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "Don't even think about it. Even if I gave it to you, you would not be able to use it. You need the corresponding method to control this secret treasure." Xiao Chen had managed to completely control the silver warship after he destroyed the ancient spiritual sense in it. He had also spent a lot of effort to repair it. How could he sell it to others? Soon, the silhouette of a city twice the size of Shiha City appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. Xiao Chen slowed down and slowly landed outside the city. Only an hour had passed. There was still some time before noon. Under Su Xiaoxiao's lead, the group entered the city and immediately headed for the most bustling restaurant in the city. Just as they arrived at the entrance of the restaurant, a waiter compared the portrait. He immediately came before Su Xiaoxiao and said with a smile, "Miss Xiaoxiao, right? Young Master Jean has already reserved the entire 4th floor. He has been waiting for you for a long time. Please come with me." The interior of the restaurant was very spacious. It was more than 200 square meters. However, the hall on the 1st floor was packed with people. It was very bustling. The 2nd and 3rd floors were also filled with people. There were practically no empty tables on the tables. The entire hall was filled with all sorts of shouts and discussions. The situation only became better when they reached the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was filled with private rooms and pavilions. Those who could come up here were not ordinary people. However, there were practically no empty rooms. The Savannah King's treasure actually attracted so many cultivators. This is rather surprising. The person who started all this, Fatso, laughed shamelessly. The waiter leading the way laughed as well. Indeed, it is all thanks to that damned Fatso who publicized the treasure map. This Fatso is now hated by everyone. However, our restaurant has to thank him. Since last month, our business has been booming. Hearing this, Xiao Chen and Su Xiaoxiao both laughed gently. Fatso's expression immediately became conflicted. His smile completely froze. Seeing that Jean de Beo's expression wasn't right, the waiter hurriedly said, "Sir, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about that damned fatty who sold the treasure map. You can't be called fat. You're completely noble and dignified. That damned fatty can't compare to you." When she heard this, even the reserved Su Xiaoxiao could not help but laugh out loud. "You can go down first. We will go up ourselves." Afraid that the fat man would not be able to suppress his anger, Su Xiaoxiao quickly sent the waiter, who was about to say something else, away. Kim Tae-ho felt very depressed. However, the waiter had already gone far away. Furthermore, the waiter had only said something nice. Even if he wanted to get angry, he could not find a reason. This kind of conflicted and depressed expression, every time one looked at it, one could not help but laugh. The few of them went up to the 4th floor. Compared to the 3rd floor, this floor was very quiet. There was no noise at all. The tables in the middle of the large space were all cleared out, creating a large empty space. There were many tables placed against the walls of the restaurant. Cultivators of various nations sat at the tables, discussing matters of martial cultivation. Xiao Chun looked around and saw about 100 people. Most of them were inferior grade martial kings. Although a few of them had not become martial kings, their auras were very strong. However, Xiao Chen's aura was extremely strong. Clearly, he had been stuck at peak superior grade martial saint for a long time. Now he was only a step shy of advancing to martial king. These people were all over the age of 20. Compared to Lung Liusu, they were much weaker. However, To be able to become martial kings before the age of 25, they were worthy of being called geniuses. This was especially so for the youth sitting in the middle. He was handsome and had a deep gaze. His aura was like a ferocious tiger or wolf. Just by sitting there quietly, he gave off a faint pressure. This youth was already a peak inferior grade martial king. He was also the only one among the 100 people to do so. The increase in strength of a martial king by grade was even more obvious than that of a martial saint. Without a high-ranked martial technique or strong state, it would be very difficult to challenge an opponent of a higher cultivation realm. If Xiao Chun guessed correctly, this person should be the one that Kim Taeho mentioned. He was one of the top 100 contestants of the previous 5-nation youth competition, Jin Wuji. As Xiao Chun sized up the crowd, countless gazes fell on Xiao Chun as well. However, when they saw that he was only a superior grade martial saint, disdain flashed in their eyes. Disdain flashed in Xiao Chun's eyes, and he quickly shifted his gaze away. However, his gaze lingered on Xiao Bai for a long time. A few of them did not even bother to hide their possessive gazes. "Ha! I thought that Miss Xiao Xiao would not be coming. Brother Jean is here as well. Who are these two behind you?" When Jin Wuji saw Su Xiao Xiao and the others arrive, he immediately stood up and walked over. Su Xiao Xiao smiled gently and said, "These are two of my friends from the great Qin nation. I apologize for not informing young Master Jin beforehand." Jin Wuji smiled casually and said, "What are you saying? Miss Xiao Xiao's friends are my friends as well. Please take a seat. Later, when another person arrives, the gathering will officially begin." Su Xiao Xiao looked around the hall and asked suspiciously, "Who else is not here yet?" Jin Wuji smiled mysteriously and said, "Let's keep it a secret first. We will know when she arrives. She is a major character. However, she just happened to be passing by. Brother Jin, don't keep us guessing. Tell us." Indeed. Who exactly is this major character for Brother Jin to treat them like this? Tell us about it. Jin Wuji was the first disciple of the great Chu nation's Heavenly Sword Gate. The Heavenly Sword Gate had a few supreme elders who were martial sages. In the entire continent, the Heavenly Sword Gate was a first-rate sect. Furthermore, it was ranked rather high. Jin Wuji's status was already very high. Otherwise, he would not have such prestige, able to gather so many geniuses of the various nations. Even Jin Wuji had to show some respect to this person. It was easy to imagine what kind of person this person was. This person was definitely a major character. This piqued everyone's curiosity. Just at this moment, a strong aura suddenly surged in the direction of the restaurant. Everyone was startled and looked out the window. Jin Wuji's face lit up in joy. He said softly, "She is here." "Who?" A nimble figure floated in from a window on the 4th floor. It was a pretty woman with a curvaceous figure and a smile like the morning sun. She was wearing a green robe and flew in from the window. After the azure-robed girl landed, she withdrew her strong aura. She had an apologetic smile on her face. She looked around and said softly, "Yu Chensi apologizes to everyone. Something cropped up, so I am late." Unexpectedly, it was Yu Chensi. When everyone on the 4th floor heard this, they revealed astonished expressions. This was really a major character. In the previous 5-nation youth competition, Yu Chensi was one of the top 50 contestants, ranked 36th. Going from the top 100 to the top 50 was a hurdle. Going from the top 50 to the top 10 was another hurdle. Every hurdle represented a qualitative difference in combat prowess. The most important thing was that in the previous 5-nation youth competition, Yu Chensi was only 16 years old. At the age of 16, he was already an inferior grade martial king. Furthermore, he managed to make it into the top 50. With such talent and strength, he could be described as a demonic genius. Furthermore, the Supreme Sky Sect, which Jin Wuji belonged to, was one of the 10 great sects of the great Jin nation. Among the first-rate sects of the continent, The Supreme Sky Sect was a true peak power. There were more than 10 martial sage, supreme elders in the sect. With such horrifying talent, the nurturing of a first-rate sect, and the rich spiritual energy of the great Jin nation, Yu Chenxi's future was foreseeable. She was like a rising star. When Jin Wuji saw Yu Chenxi arrive, he heaved a sigh of relief. He had thought that she would not be coming. He smiled and said, "Miss Yu, it is not noon yet. You are not late. We are just early." "Indeed, Miss Yu, there is no need to mind. We have not been here for long." When Yu Chenxi arrived, she immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. No one cared that she was late. Jin Wuji invited Yu Chenxi to a table in the center. After Yu Chenxi was seated, he stood up and said softly, "I believe everyone came to the Green Wind Island this time for the treasures left behind by the Savannah King. I am indebted to everyone's generosity for attending this gathering. There are two purposes for this gathering. One is to avoid a life-or-death situation during the fight for the treasures. This is to let everyone familiarize themselves with each other first. When the time comes, everyone will obtain what they need based on their own abilities. We will make a gentleman's agreement that we will absolutely not do despicable things like sneak attacks or sneak attacks. Normally, everyone is from different sects of different nations. Normally, it is very difficult to get together. Today, everyone should take this opportunity to exchange pointers with each other and improve together, obtaining what we need. This is the second purpose of this gathering." Xiao Chen felt that this first purpose was not very realistic. Not to mention the people who came, there were also many experts who did not participate in this gathering. Even if everyone here made a gentleman's agreement, Xiao Chen did not believe that anyone would care about a gentleman's agreement when the real treasures appeared. However, he believed that everyone would still put on a show on the surface. One thing was different in front of others. I, Lu Meng, support Brother Jin's suggestion. I can make a gentleman's agreement first. If anyone here finds a treasure first, I, Lu Meng, guarantee that I will not make a sneak attack. A stout cultivator carrying a large saber on his back said first. I, Wang Hao, also support Brother Jin's suggestion. I am willing to make a gentleman's agreement. I, Liu, also support Brother Jin's suggestion. I am willing to make a gentleman's agreement. As Xiao Chen expected, the cultivators on the fourth floor all expressed their support for Jin Wuji's suggestion. Soon, everyone had expressed their stance. Only the 4 people at Xiao Chen's table remained. Everyone's gazes were focused on Xiao Chen. Kim Taeho and Su Xiaoxiao had special statuses. They could be ignored. Based on Bai's aura, he seemed to have just advanced to martial saint. His weak strength could be ignored as well. The one they truly needed to pay attention to was Xiao Chen. He was a superior grade martial saint and had a strong aura. It was sufficient for him to break through the weakened waves of Qianren Island. After a long period of silence, Xiao Chen did not say anything. He could not be so hypocritical. Just ignore him. There are no experts in the great Qin nation. He is just a mere superior grade martial saint. Yet he is here to join in the fun. It does not matter if he makes a gentleman's agreement or not. Chapter 370. That's right. I think he does not even have the ability to break through the huge waves. He cannot even reach Qianren Island. What is the point of making a gentleman's agreement? However, perhaps he is self-aware and knows that he is weak. That's why he is embarrassed to speak. Seeing that Xiao Chen did not speak, some of the cultivators who found him an eyesore all mocked him. If not for giving Su Xiaoxiao face, they would have said even worse things. This was the reality of the Tianmu continent. Without strong strength, no matter where one went, one would not gain the respect of others. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He did not care about these words. He grasped his lunar shadow saber tightly and stopped Kim Taeho and Su Xiaoxiao, who wanted to speak up for him. The best way to refute was to use the saber in one's hand to prove it. No matter how loud one's words were, it would not be as direct as using the saber. Jin Wuji was upset that Xiao Qin did not make a gentleman's agreement. So many people already agreed, but you, an expert from the great Qi nation, did not. It was clear that Xiao Qin was not giving Jin Wuji any face. However, the other party was Su Xiaoxiao's friend. It was not good for Jin Wuji to be too obvious. A smile appeared on Jin Wuji's face again. He said in a clear voice, "Since everyone has made a gentleman's agreement, then let's not waste any more time. Let's start the exchange. Everyone should stop when necessary. We will compete one at a time. After that, the others can give their comments. This way, everyone will be able to gain some comprehension." Right after Jin Wuji spoke, two people immediately walked to the empty space on the floor. The empty space where the tables had been moved was very large. If it was just an ordinary exchange, it was more than enough space. "The two of you, remember to stop when necessary. Don't damage the harmony." Jin Wuji was the host and also half a referee. When he saw people exchanging pointers, he reminded them not to damage the harmony. "Ha ha! Brother Jin, don't worry. I, Lu Meng, know my limits. I will definitely not injure Brother Zhou. Brother Jin, don't worry. I will only use 50% of my strength at most." The two people who came out had gentle smiles on their faces. Their tones were calm, but their words were very hostile. They were competing with each other, not giving way. Jin Wuji frowned slightly and sat down beside Yu Chenxi again. He said, "Let's begin." Boom! Right after they spoke, the two of them each attacked. Their fists and legs collided in the air. The resulting shock waves dispersed, and both of them were forced back by 10 meters. A moment later, they quickly rushed forward and started fighting fiercely. One of them had a fiery red pillar of light flowing around his body, while the other had a formless wind energy flowing around him. Of the two of them, one had comprehended the concept of fire, while the other had comprehended the concept of wind. Moreover, looking at the situation on the stage, both of them had high attainments. After exchanging over 100 punches and kicks, the two of them were equally matched. Both of them retreated, and this time they finally got serious. Lu Meng took out the big saber on his back. The saber was 3 inches wide and 6 feet long. It was a fierce and thick saber. With a thought, the saber's body was immediately covered in a fiery red flame. The cultivator with the surname Zhou flipped his palms and took out 2 swords from his spatial ring. He held them tightly in his hands. Unexpectedly, he was using the rarely seen dual sword style. The sword was 5 feet long and 2 fingers wide. Its blade was completely snow white and flickered with a cold light. Tiny whirlwinds would flow out from the blade from time to time. Bang! 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 The two of them roared ferociously and charged at each other. The cultivator with the surname Zhou used the special speed advantage of the state of wind to surround Lu Meng. The 2 swords danced around. Sword images flew around, forming a light screen that encased Lu Meng. The cultivator with the surname Zhou was very fast. In addition to the advantage of the dual sword style, Lu Meng was suppressed to the point where he could only occasionally counterattack. Although Lu Meng did not attack much and spent most of his time dodging, every time it looked like he was about to lose, he would make a move and destroy the killing move that his opponent had prepared. Thus, the two of them were unable to do anything to each other. Just from the looks of it, the cultivator with the surname Zhou had a big advantage. This was because Lu Meng could not keep up with his speed. Kim Taeho introduced from the side. These two people entered the second round of the previous 5-nation youth competition. The one with the saber is called Lu Meng, and the one with the 2 swords is called Zhou Lingheng. In their respective nations, they can be considered top-notch experts. They are now inferior grade martial kings. In the great Qi nation, their talent should be about the same as Ji Changkong and the others. However, the competition in their nation is more intense than in the great Qi nation. Thus, they are stronger than Ji Changkong. Xiao Qin nodded, agreeing with Kim Taeho's opinion. These two people had comprehended their states to great perfection. They were still a long way from consummation. However, it was not easy for them to reach this stage with their current cultivation. Who do you think will win? Kim Taeho asked as he watched the two of them fighting. Xiao Qin thought for a while before saying Lu Meng. His comprehension of the state of fire is deeper. He already has something of his own in it. Every time he makes a move, he can instantly scatter the advantage that his opponent has accumulated over countless moves. As for Zhou Lingheng, he has only used the speed of the concept of wind. He doesn't have any personal comprehension at all. I guess that his comprehension of the concept is very likely to have been personally guided by a great teacher and not something he comprehended himself. The state of wind was not only about speed. Back then, when Xiao Qin fought with Morongchong, he understood this. Nimble, faintly discernible, formless, casual, and ostentatious were the characteristics of the state of wind. When Yu Chenxi, who was beside Jin Wuji, heard this, a strange look flashed in his eyes. He looked suspiciously at Xiao Qin. As far as he knew, Zhou Lingheng's state had indeed been personally guided by his master. You are just an insignificant, superior grade martial saint. Since when are you qualified to comment on a battle between martial kings? How do you know that Zhou Lingheng is going to lose? If you do not understand, then don't spout nonsense. Don't cut your own tongue. When a cultivator who was on good terms with Zhou Lingheng heard Xiao Qin say that Zhou Lingheng was going to lose, he immediately retorted loudly. Another person at the side added, "That's right. Zhou Lingheng is suppressing Lu Meng. Even his ability to retaliate is limited. How can he be defeated? Young Master Jin did not invite you to this gathering. If you come uninvited, then don't spout nonsense. Just watch carefully. Wait until you are a martial king before you speak." Kim Taeho was flustered. Just as he was about to scold them, Xiao Li stopped him and said indifferently, "Zhou Lingheng will lose within 3 moves. Don't bother with what they say. They were just a bunch of clowns." Xiao Qin could not be bothered with them. When the truth came out, he would slap them in the face. Ignorant. How can Lu Meng win within 3 moves? Zhou Lingheng is suppressing Lu Meng. It is difficult for him to retaliate. How can he be defeated? Furthermore, he is defeated within 3 moves. Ignorant brat, he only knows how to spout nonsense. This person has probably stayed in the Great Qi nation for too long. He does not know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. Does he really think that after leaving the Great Qi nation, he can still be an outstanding talent like before? The Great Qi nation is the weakest of the 5 nations. To think that he is not embarrassed to voice his opinion here. The battle in the arena continued. The discussions outside did not cause any distractions. If an expert of this cultivation realm could be so easily influenced by the environment, then he could not be called a genius. Zhou Lingheng brandished his 2 swords with a hong-hong sound. Sword winds blew, and a strong wind blew. He suppressed Lu Meng once again, and his aura rose continuously. When Lu Meng's aura was about to reach its peak, Zhou Lingheng's eyes narrowed. He held his 2 swords together, preparing to execute a killing move to end the battle. Dang! However, just at this moment, Lu Meng suddenly made his move. Once again, when Zhou Lingheng's aura was at its peak, he used a surging saber chi to force Zhou Lingheng's killing move back. This was already the 3rd time. Lu Meng had broken Zhou Lingheng's killing move 3 times in advance. Furthermore, every time Lu Meng's aura reached its peak, it would fall back to the bottom. Jin Wuji and Yu Chenxi, who were in the arena, shook their heads at the same time. As the saying goes, things do not happen more than 3 times. If Zhou Lingheng did not succeed after 3 times, then he would not have any chance of victory. Zhou Lingheng was going to lose. Damn it, he actually broke it again. Zhou Lingheng felt a sense of irritation in his heart. However, he did not care too much. Lu Meng could not catch up to his speed. He could still accumulate his aura again. Boom! Just as Zhou Lingheng was preparing to regroup, Lu Meng suddenly laughed maniacally. Brother Zhou, don't tell me you still have a chance? Rise! The aura that Lu Meng had been suppressing suddenly exploded out. A strand of fire soared up from under his feet. A ferocious beast appeared above his head, brandishing its claws and roaring. When the ferocious beast roared, Lu Meng's state of fire was raised to its peak. It completely suppressed Zhou Lingheng, whose aura had fallen to the bottom. The state of wind was quickly suppressed by the state of fire. Soon, Zhou Lingheng was pressed into a corner, unable to move. Zhou Lingheng's expression changed greatly. It's over, my state is suppressed. My speed is no longer an advantage. Lu Meng drew his saber and hacked down. Zhou Lingheng blocked with his two swords. However, his strength was not comparable to Lu Meng's in the first place. Now that Zhou Lingheng's state was completely suppressed, it was even harder for him to block. Sweat dripped down from his forehead as he bitterly held on. Defeat! Lu Meng shouted and took a step forward. The entire fourth floor shook a few times and a huge force was transmitted. Zhou Lingheng was immediately sent flying and fell heavily on the ground. Zhou Lingheng had been defeated within 3 moves. Furthermore, it was really within 3 moves. It was exactly as Xiao Qin had said. The people who mocked Xiao Qin earlier felt ashamed in their hearts. How did this brat get it right? He is indeed only a superior grade martial saint. He must have guessed blindly. He must have guessed blindly. If we could not tell, how could he? The few of them felt very sullen and depressed. They could only lie to themselves. Right, he must have guessed blindly. However, even so, I do not like him. He is too arrogant. If Miss Xiao Xiao was not here, I would not have been able to endure it. I would have made a move to teach this brat a lesson. It seems like someone can no longer endure it. Bai Shuiheng has already gone up. A man dressed in white with a sword at his waist walked over to Xiao Chen with heavy steps. He said indifferently, Bai Shuiheng, I heard your evaluation earlier. You seem to be quite strong. I would like to seek some advice from you. I wonder if that is possible. Fatso said softly, this fellow is Zhou Lingheng's good friend. He is here to help him take revenge. You better be careful. Jin Wuji, who was in the middle, frowned slightly and said, By Shuiheng, you are only a step away from becoming a peak inferior grade martial king. It is not appropriate for you to exchange pointers with a superior grade martial saint. Chapter 371. Earlier, Xiao Qin had embarrassed him. In his heart, he hoped that Bai Shuiheng would teach Xiao Qin a lesson. However, firstly, Bai Shuiheng was Su Xiaoxiao's friend. Secondly, Yu Chenxi happened to be beside him. At this moment, he might as well appear more open and above board. Otherwise, he might attract the other party's attention. However, who knew? Xiao Qin completely ignored his suggestion. When he saw the indistinct purple electricity around the other party, he immediately became interested. The other party was actually a swordsman who comprehended the state of thunder. Xiao Qin stood up and looked at Bai Shuiheng. He said softly, I accept your challenge. Of all the states, the state of thunder was the most difficult to comprehend. It was also the state with the strongest attack power compared to the other states. Compared to the other states, it did not have many tricks to it. It only had a pure berserk offensive power. It was also the purest attack of the natural heavenly Tao. Since Xiao Qin comprehended the state of thunder, he had never fought with another cultivator who comprehended the state of thunder. Hence, the moment this Bai Shuiheng made a move, he became interested. Bai Shuiheng said indifferently, You speak so extravagantly. I want to see how strong you are. Don't worry. Don't say that I am using my cultivation to bully you. I will only use 50% of my strength to fight you. Xiao Chen held the lunar shadow saber in his hand and slowly walked to the empty space. He said indifferently, There is no need to go through so much trouble. Make your move. Very good. Let's see what qualifications you have to be arrogant. Boom! Electric light flickered as Bai Shuiheng drew his sword at lightning speed. A crack of thunder resounded in the vast floor, numbing everyone's eardrums. The instant Bai Shuiheng drew his sword, it was like a surging bolt of lightning, giving off an incomparably dazzling purple light. With the force of his kick, he covered the distance of more than 100 meters in an instant. The dazzling electric sword flew towards Xiao Chen's face. This sword contained the speed and berserk of lightning. Before the sword arrived, it kicked up a strong wind. The hair of the people behind Xiao Chen fluttered in the wind. They could not help but squint. What a powerful sword strike! After not seeing Bai Shuiheng for a few years, his strength had actually increased again. This person was much stronger than Zhou Lingheng. When everyone saw this sword move that was as fast as a gust of wind and had an earth-shattering momentum, they all exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. When the sword was about 5 meters away from him, he drew the lunar shadow saber in his right hand at lightning speed. Dang! There was a melodious sound of weapons clashing. Most of the people did not even see how Xiao Chen drew his saber. By the time they heard the sound, Bai Shuiheng had already moved back 5 steps. His expression was extremely grave. What's going on? How did this guy attack? I didn't even see it clearly. Strange, I didn't see it either. When I heard the sound, Bai Shuiheng had already taken 5 steps back. Among the 100 people seated on the 4th floor, only less than 10 people saw how the saber was unsheathed. Xiao Chen's attack arrived first despite being launched later. Its speed increased to Mach 2 in an instant. He used the stronger state of thunder to strike the weak point of his opponent's sword technique. He easily repelled Bai Shuiheng's attack in an instant. Jin Wuji had an astonished expression on his face. He muttered, "What a strong state of thunder! He is clearly only at small perfection, but his foundation is several times stronger than Bai Shuiheng's. This person definitely cultivates a high-ranked, lightning-attributed cultivation technique." Yu Chenxi asked softly, "Who is this person? Does young Master Jin know?" Jin Wuji was slightly stunned. He did not expect Yu Chenxi to be interested in this person. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he said softly, "I don't know him. Miss Xiao Xiao brought him here." Yu Chenxi said, "Oh, then continue watching." Xiao Chen looked at Bai Shuiheng and said indifferently, "Use your full power. Your state is not as good as mine. You can only use your advantage in essence to fight me. Otherwise, you will lose to my saber in 10 moves." When the others heard Xiao Chen say such startling words in such a calm tone, they felt a strange shock in their hearts. When Xiao Chen said these words, it did not seem inappropriate at all. His tone was very natural, as though he was talking about something insignificant. Just based on this calmness, some people were already certain that Xiao Chen was not an ordinary superior grade martial saint. Arrogant. Don't speak as though I will lose for sure. Thundercloud, sword chop. Bai Shuiheng smiled coldly and charged over again. Thunderclouds formed around Bai Shuiheng. Boundless electricity flickered in the middle of the clouds. There was a series of crackling sounds as electricity circled around Bai Shuiheng's body. As the thunderclouds churned, the aura of Bai Shuiheng's body rose continuously. He was like a treasured sword that was constantly being sharpened, waiting to be unsheathed. When the crowd felt the might of this sword, their confidence in Bai Shuiheng increased. No matter how high a state a superior grade martial saint state was, he would not be able to dodge this sword. Chop! A sword light flashed, and Bai Shuiheng's body flashed through the thunderclouds. He was like a bolt of lightning leaping through the clouds. Dang! There was another melodious sound of weapons clashing. Most of the people still did not see how Xiao Chen made his move. After they heard the sound, they only saw Bai Shuiheng flying backward. This was a very strange feeling. It was clearly right in front of them. But why did they always hear the sound first before seeing the scene? Jin Wuji muttered, most people would be able to reach Mach 2 after slowly increasing their speed. However, to reach Mach 2 in an instant is too difficult. I wonder how he did it. Yu Chenxi looked at Xiao Chen with an increasingly interested gaze. He said softly, this is just a simple drawing the saber. However, I have not seen many people practice it to such a level. Dang! 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 Bai Shuiheng sent out another 3 moves. However, Xiao Chen broke them with 1 saber strike each time. Every time Xiao Chen executed drawing the saber at an extremely fast speed, he would be able to find the weak point of the sword technique and break it with 1 saber strike. A strong state of thunder and an extremely fast saber technique. He is the white-robed bladesman Xiao Chen. It is definitely him. The white-robed bladesman holds a long saber and a blue strip of cloth tied around his head. Furthermore, there are 2 strips in front of him. There is no mistake. A few people finally guessed Xiao Chen's identity. However, most of them had never heard of the white-robed bladesman before, so they all asked about it. The nations of these people were rather far from the Great Qi nation. The news of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had not spread there yet. However, after hearing these people talk about Xiao Chen's deeds, the earlier contempt that many cultivators had for Xiao Chen vanished, replaced by grave expressions. If Xiao Chen had defeated Duanyuking and the others, it would not have been a big deal. After all, these people were not at the peak. However, the news of Xiao Chen easily defeating the Holy Land's outer disciples shocked them. Jin Wuji had a pensive look in his eyes. He thought to himself, so he is the white-robed bladesman Xiao Chen. I finally got to see him in person today. I have received 5 strikes from you. It is time for you to receive 1 saber strike from me. Bai Shuiheng took a step back and gathered his aura. He said indifferently, isn't it just 1 saber strike? With my defense, I can receive 10 saber strikes from you. After Bai Shuiheng made his first move, Xiao Chen's interest in this place immediately decreased significantly. He felt somewhat disappointed. Although this person had comprehended the state of thunder, he had taken the wrong path. He only pursued the strength of his state and did not settle down to perfectly merge his state with his sword technique. Bai Shuiheng only focused on merging his saber techniques. When he attacked, his might was vast and mighty. His aura flourished, and he could easily suppress a state of the same rank. He could even instantly kill a state of a lower level. However, if he ran into a cultivator with a state stronger than his, and he did not merge his state with his saber technique, his moves would be full of openings. This was also why Xiao Chen could easily break Bai Shuiheng's sword technique by using drawing the saber at Mach 2. If it were another opponent, it would be very difficult to do so. Such an exchange would not be of much help to Xiao Chen. He could only end the fight quickly. ZZ. Using the power of thunder and lightning, Bai Shuiheng set up 3 thick and solid thunder and lightning barriers around him. From the outside to the inside, 1 layer after another. This was especially so for the last layer. It stuck tightly to Bai Shuiheng's skin. The purple electric light was as thick as a battle armor. This Bai Shuiheng says that he is not afraid, but he even used his trump card. He actually laid down 3 layers of defense. The people at the peak of the crowd laughed gently. Xiao Chen tightened his grip on the lunar shadow saber and looked at Bai Shuiheng, who was covered in defenses. After he finished setting up his defenses, the scarlet massacre thrown in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness flowed along his meridians and infused into the saber. The saber, flickering with purple electric light, immediately turned red and purple. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art, stabbing out with his saber. Bang! 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 The 3 barriers made of electricity only lasted for a moment before being easily broken by Xiao Chen's saber technique infused with the states of massacre and thunder. The surging force of the saber immediately knocked Bai Shuiheng back, causing him to fall heavily to the ground. Unexpectedly, he defeated Bai Shuiheng with one saber strike. The white-robed bladesman truly lives up to his reputation. Among the 100 of us, he can rank within the top 10. It is hard to imagine that he actually comes from a sect in the Great Qi nation. Bai Shuiheng's defenses are useless before him. The sharpness of this saber strike is really shocking. Bai Shuiheng is too arrogant. After defeating Bai Shuiheng with one saber strike, the people who mocked Xiao Qin earlier immediately shut up, no longer daring to underestimate him. The crowd all commented on the fight between the two, giving an objective evaluation of Xiao Qian's strength. Indeed, it was as Xiao Qin expected. If he wanted to gain the respect of others, he could only use the saber in his hand. That was the most direct way and also the most persuasive. Xiao Qin performed a cupped fist salute to Bai Shuiheng, who stood up. "Thank you for letting me win." Xiao Qin had held back with his saber strike. The state had not penetrated Bai Shuiheng's body. Hence, Bai Shuiheng had only suffered some external injuries. Bai Shuiheng felt somewhat ashamed. Originally, he had wanted to stand up for his good friend. He had not expected Xiao Qin to deal with him in one move. He did not say anything and returned to his seat. Unexpectedly, he grasped the state of massacre. No wonder he could challenge someone of higher cultivation so easily. Seeing Xiao Qin return to his seat, Yu Chenxi felt enlightened. However, Xiao Qian's cultivation was still too low. His state of massacre was not as complete as his state of thunder. Xiao Qian was weaker than expected. However, his future potential was immeasurable. Chapter 372. As the sparring continued, the atmosphere became livelier and livelier. After every sparring session, someone would comment on it. Among them, there were 5 or 6 people who attracted Xiao Qian's attention. These people had comprehended their states to great perfection. More importantly, they had formed their own unique characteristics. For example, there was a great Xia nation swordsman who comprehended the state of wind. He infused the formless characteristic of the state of wind into his sword technique. When this swordsman attacked, he left no traces behind, perfectly merging with the aura of his martial technique. At the very least, Xiao Qian would not be able to see any flaws in this move. There was also a great Chu nation cultivator who comprehended the state of wind as well. However, he did not focus on the speed of the state of wind. Instead, he used his own martial technique to forcefully bring out the berserk side of the state of wind to the extreme, merging it with his surging waves and his grand sword technique. When this cultivator attacked, a strong wind howled and formed a horrifying storm. It was like the sword wind had exploded. There was also an expert who comprehended the state of water. He infused the unique characteristics of flowing water into his momentum. When this cultivator attacked, his sword left no trace. The sharp sword light seemed to appear from nowhere, making it hard for others to catch the trajectory of his attack. This greatly broadened Xiao Qian's horizons. He now felt like he had gained some comprehension of the state of thunder. Xiao Qian had already infused the state of thunder into his saber technique long ago, combining the berserk and ferocious attacks of thunder. These were the 2 characteristics. Most of the thunder in nature had these 2 characteristics. Under the collision of the clouds, the thunder would explode. When the clouds collided, it accumulated its aura continuously before striking out, displaying its berserk and ferocious attacks. Compared to the other states, the offensive and destructive power of the state of thunder was greater. However, its weakness was that it was difficult to maintain it continuously. With such a high destructive power, every strike exhausted a large amount of essence. Furthermore, one had to continuously accumulate aura. Hence, compared to the other states, it lacked flexibility and flexibility. Xiao Qian thought to himself, I can only see the simple aspects of the state of thunder. Berserk and speed are also brought out to their limits. However, Looking at the martial artists here, every state has its own unique characteristics. Clearly, the state of thunder has its own unique characteristics as well. As far as I am concerned, I only need to merge these two characteristics of the state of thunder with my own martial technique to perfection for now. However, in the future, if I want to turn my state into a will, I will definitely need to have a comprehensive understanding of the state of thunder. Thus, from now on, I have to prepare for a rainy day and understand the state of thunder better. The exchange of pointers continued. Jin Wooji also left the stage. He truly lived up to his reputation as one of the top 100 contestants of the previous Five-Nation Youth Competition. He had comprehended the concept of sharpness, the concept of metal. Among all the concepts, the concept of sharpness was undoubtedly one of the strongest. His attacks were swift and fierce, and the sharpness of his sword was unparalleled. Very few people could withstand the might of his sword. Even if one's defenses were firm, he could still easily break a hole in them. His aura was like an extremely sharp blade, and the sword chi that he unleashed had perfectly displayed the sharpness of the blade. That swordsman who had merged the berserk characteristic of the state of wind with his sword technique only managed to last 15 moves against Jin Wooji. Of course, this was the result of both sides suppressing their strength. If they had fought at full strength, they would have lasted much longer. Small holes appeared in the berserk sword wind. Then, the sword wind shattered into tiny whirlwinds, losing all its momentum. Of course, this was the result of both sides suppressing their strength. If they had fought at full strength, they would have lasted much longer. Brother Jin, you are indeed strong. I admire you. In the next Five-Nation Youth Competition, you will probably be able to rise by another 10 ranks, the swordsman He Huan, whom Jin Wooji defeated, said in admiration. Jin Wooji felt somewhat pleased in his heart. However, he still smiled modestly and said, Brother, he is too kind. Your state of wind is unique. It is much stronger than it was 3 years ago. If you could infuse a special characteristic of wind into your sword technique, I would not be a match for you. He Huan performed a cupped fist salute and said, Brother, he speaks too highly of me. Your state of wind is very unique. It is much stronger than it was 3 years ago. If you could infuse a special characteristic of wind into your sword technique, I would not be a match for you. He Huan performed a cupped fist salute and said, Infusing a special characteristic is already difficult enough. If I want to infuse another special characteristic, I would have to find another high-ranked sword technique. At that time, if Brother Jin has a good sword technique, you can exchange it with me. Definitely. The two of them withdrew. At this point in the gathering, most of the people had already exchanged moves. Some people could not help but look at Yuchensi. She was the proud daughter of heaven of the Supreme Sky sect. At the age of 16, she managed to rank within the top 50 in the Five-Nation Youth Competition. Now that another year had passed, who knew how strong she had become? I am Lu Meng. I would like to seek guidance from Miss Chensi. Finally, someone could no longer hold it in. He stepped forward and requested to exchange moves with Yu Chensi. At this moment, Lu Meng was very nervous. The other party was the last disciple of the Supreme Sky Sect's sect master, one of the 10 great sects of the Great Jin Nation. She was famous in the Great Jin Nation and even in the entire continent. She was completely different from the circle that Lu Meng was in. Being able to meet her here was a complete coincidence. Lu Meng was worried that Yu Chensi would look down on his strength and reject the invitation. Yu Chensi had an extraordinary aura. She revealed a gentle smile on her fairy-like face. She said softly, I do not dare to ask for guidance. However, it is possible for us to exchange moves. Unexpectedly, Yu Chensi agreed, so easily. Some of the cultivators present could not help but feel regret. If they had known earlier, they would have invited Yu Chensi first. Now that Lu Meng had taken the initiative, they could only watch from the side. Lu Meng rejoiced in his heart. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Miss Yu, please!" The battle between Jin Wuji and He Huan had already pushed the atmosphere of this gathering to its peak. With Yu Chenxi making a move, the true climax of the gathering was about to arrive. The outstanding talents of the various nations sitting against the wall on the fourth floor all focused their attention on the two people in the middle. They could not take their eyes off them. They even held their breaths. Xiaoqun was no exception. He was very interested in Yu Chenxi, the proud daughter of heaven from the great Jin nation. He wanted to see what was so special about this genius of the great Jin nation. Everyone had seen Lu Meng's strength with their own eyes. He was one of the few cultivators who could comprehend their own state. Now he was qualified to exchange moves with Yu Chenxi. The two of them bowed to each other and slowly stood up. Lu Meng did not dare to hold back against Yu Chenxi. He took out the thick saber on his back and activated his state of fire. A ferocious beast formed above Lu Meng's head. The state of fire was raised to its peak. Instantly, the place became hot and the air became dry. Lu Meng's saber carried a boundless flame as he charged forward. Before he arrived, the ferocious beast above him had already launched itself at him. This ferocious beast was formed from the pure state of fire. It was extraordinarily mighty. Normally, even a superior grade martial king would have to retreat when it faced its attack. A gentle smile appeared on Yu Chenxi's pretty face. Good timing. Boom! Yu Chenxi clenched her lily-white hands into fists. When she saw the ferocious beast charging at her, she did not retreat. Instead, she took a step forward and punched. A spot of morning light exploded on her fist. It was like the light of the rising sun breaking through the darkness before dawn. It was resplendent and dazzling. The surging energy exploded together with the fist. The ferocious flame beast was instantly blasted into countless sparks. Before the huge energy dissipated, it headed for Lu Meng, who was following closely behind. Lu Meng's expression changed slightly. He quickly stopped and planted his feet on the ground. He condensed his aura and circulated all the energy in his body. Then, he used his saber to shatter the fist wind. Rays of light spread out from the fist wind, forming sparkling and translucent particles of light in the vast space of the fourth floor. Yu Chenxi leaped into the air and took the initiative to attack. She sent another punch at Lu Meng. The morning light on the fist wind was dazzling and dazzling. The faint golden light gave Yu Chenxi's exquisite figure a faint glow. She looked dignified, divine, and tyrannical. It was hard to imagine that such a pretty girl with an otherworldly aura could give off such a strong and tyrannical aura. Bang! 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 Lu Meng brought out his state of fire to its limits. His saber light danced as he did his best to block the fist wind descending from the sky. Yu Chenxi did not even use her state. She only used her vast essence and the ferocious and tyrannical fist wind. Yu Chenxi sent out punch after punch in the air. The light of the morning light blossomed continuously, forcing Lu Meng back step by step. There was no way he could put up a fight. Bang! Another fist wind struck Lu Meng's saber, and the light exploded. Lu Meng was knocked back 5 steps, and his complexion paled slightly. The difference in strength was too great. There was no way for Lu Meng to fight. They were not on the same level. Lu Meng scattered the state of fire and sheathed his saber. He smiled bitterly and said, "I lost." The Supreme Sky Sect's morning sun fist truly lives up to its name. Chapter 373. Yu Chenxi slowly descended from the sky. She immediately withdrew her strong aura. She smiled gently and said, "Thank you for letting me win." The participants in the top 100 are indeed all peak experts. There is a huge gap between the top 100 and the top 50. The gap between Jin Wuji and Yu Chenxi is still very obvious. The top 50 are already so strong. How strong are the top 10? There are too many geniuses in the continent now. Indeed, Lu Meng is more than qualified to rank in the top 10 among us. However, Yu Chenxi did not even use half of his strength, and he still managed to force Lu Meng to the point where he could not retaliate. The short exchange between the two caused a huge commotion among the crowd. They all sighed at how strong Yu Chenxi was. Now, no one envied Lu Meng anymore. He could be the first to fight Yu Chenxi. Being suppressed by a girl was too embarrassing. Before everyone's astonished gazes, Yu Chenxi smiled and invited Xiaoqin, white-robed bladesman Xiaoqin. How about we exchange pointers? The moment Yu Chenxi said this, everyone felt that it was unbelievable. Unexpectedly, Yu Chenxi took the initiative to invite Xiaoqin to exchange pointers. That was overestimating Xiaoqin. Although Xiaoqin was very strong, he was not the strongest among the crowd. At best, he could rank in the top 10. Furthermore, the status of the two was completely different. One was the last disciple of the sect master of the top 10 great sects of the strongest nation in the continent, the Great Jin Nation. The other was a disciple of the Great Qin Nation. No matter what, it should not be Xiao Chen's turn to be invited. Everyone felt it was strange. Their astonishment also contained a trace of jealousy. This was especially so for Jin Wuji. The cocky smile on his face had completely vanished. Damn it! Even if he wants to invite, he should have invited me. What qualifications does this Xiao Chen have for Yu Chenxi to invite him? Jin Wuji thought angrily in his heart. Honestly speaking, Xiao Chen was also a little surprised. Based on the strength that Yu Chenxi had displayed, he did not even need to use his intent. He had defeated Lu Meng with just his vigorous and overbearing essence. Xiao Qin knew that he was no match for him, especially in this kind of sparring where his strength was restricted. If it was a battle of life and death, he might have a chance to make both sides suffer. Xiao Qin shook his head gently and said, "It's just an exchange of pointers. I'm not your match. Moreover, it's meaningless." In front of Lu Meng's morning sun fist, if he didn't attack without any scruples, he wouldn't be able to resist at all. His ending wouldn't be any better than Lu Meng's. Such a one-sided spar was meaningless. It did not help one's understanding of martial arts at all. So Xiao Qin could not be bothered to accept it. When Jin Wuji heard this, he quickly said, "Since Brother Xiao admits that he is inferior, then let's forget about it. Miss you." However, Yu Chenxi ignored Jin Wuji. Instead, she looked at Xiao Qin deep in thought. Xiao Qin only said that he was inferior to her in an exchange of pointers. He did not say that his strength was inferior to hers. In other words, he felt that this place was too small, and he could not fight without any scruples. When Jin Wuji, who was at the side, saw that Yu Chenxi was looking at Xiao Qin and ignoring him, he felt somewhat embarrassed. He felt that he had lost a lot of face. The hatred in Jin Wuji's heart for Xiao Qin could not help but deepen. This fellow kept embarrassing him time and time again. In the future, he had to find an opportunity to settle the score with him. Bang! Just as Jin Wuji was thinking, a large hole suddenly appeared in the ceiling. Yu Chenxi had flown up. Before everyone's shocked gazes, Xiao Qin punched a large hole in the ceiling. White-robed bladesman Xiao Qin, I understand what you mean. Do you still dare to come up? Yu Chenxi's melodious voice came from the roof. Xiao Qin smiled faintly to himself. This girl not only has a high cultivation, but she is also very intelligent and straightforward. If she wanted to fight, she would not hesitate to make a hole in the restaurant, not caring about what others thought. Xiao Qin rather admired such a character. Since she wants to fight, then let's fight. Bang! A beam of purple light soared into the sky from the ground. Instantly, another large hole appeared above everyone's heads. A beam of sunlight shone in, and Xiao Qin followed. I understand now. So they want to have a big fight. This place is too small, and they are not satisfied. Since Yu Chenxi dares to invite Xiao Qin like this, perhaps Xiao Qin is much stronger than we thought. Ha ha! There might be a good show to watch. Come, let's go out as well. A group of cultivators flew out of the window excitedly and leaped to the other buildings on the street, hoping to find a good vantage point. "Young Master Jean, we are going out as well. Are you coming with us?" Su Xiaoxiao asked Jin Wuji softly. Jin Wuji was currently feeling extremely depressed. However, he did not dare to show it in front of Su Xiaoxiao. After all, the other party was someone that even his master did not dare to go overboard with. "In that case, Miss Xiaoxiao, you go first. I will catch up soon." Jin Wuji smiled embarrassedly. Soon, only Jin Wuji remained in the huge fourth floor, sitting alone at a table in the middle. Jin Wuji originally wanted to increase his influence in this gathering. This was especially so since he had invited Yu Chenxi. In the future, his reputation would only grow even greater. However, things had developed to this point, completely out of his control as the main character. Instead, he had made a dowry for someone else, making Xiao Qin the center of attention. Jin Wuji ended up being forgotten. Bang! Jin Wuji smashed the chair beside him with his palm. A sinister light flashed in his eyes as he thought to himself, "I will go out and take a look. I hope that Yu Chenxi will not show any mercy and embarrass Xiao Chun in front of everyone, so that I can vent my anger." The restaurant where this gathering was held was the most bustling restaurant in the entire Greenwind Island. It was also located in the most bustling area of the city. Because of the Savannah King's treasure, the number of cultivators coming to Greenwind Island had increased greatly. When Xiao Chen and Yu Chenxi appeared on the roof, they immediately attracted the attention of many cultivators below. As the outstanding talents of the various nations appeared in the restaurant, they attracted even more attention. Before the two of them started fighting, the streets below the restaurant were already filled with people. People continuously flew up from the surrounding buildings of similar heights, wanting to see what was going on. Who are these two people? Why are they attracting so many people? I think I see the great Chu nations, Lu Meng among them. The great Xia nations, sword maniac He Huan is there as well. The shadowless sword Lu Xiaohe is there as well. The heavenly sword Gates, Jin Wuji, is there as well. The people on the ground discussed. Although they felt that the identities of these two people were not simple, they could not attract the attention of the geniuses of the various nations. However, they could not guess who they were. Only when someone saw Yu Chenxi's beautiful face did they exclaim in shock, "Yu Chenxi! That is the supreme sky sex, Yu Chenxi. She is one of the most famous rising talents of the great Jin nation. She advanced to Martial King at the age of 16. Unexpectedly, she came to Greenwind Island as well. No wonder she attracted the attention of so many outstanding talents. So that girl is Yu Chenxi. However, who is that man? He should be pretty strong to be able to fight Yu Chenxi. Based on his attire, he looks like the great Qin nation's white-robed bladesman, Xiao Qin. For him to attract Yu Chenxi's attention, he should be the real deal. However, even if he is the white-robed bladesman, he is still far from Yu Chenxi's strength and fame. The people on the ground finally figured out the identities of Xiao Qin and Yu Chenxi. Their interest in the fight could not help but increase. Almost all the places on the roofs that could stand were filled. Yu Chenxi looked at Xiao Qin and revealed a faint smile on his extraordinary face. He said softly, "White-robed bladesman Xiao Qin, are you satisfied now?" Xiao Qin revealed a faint smile on his calm face. He said, "Just call me Xiao Qin. There's no need to add the words, white-robed bladesman, every time." Yu Chenxi nodded slightly and repeated Xiao Qin's name a few times. After a while, he said, "All right, I will call you Xiao Qin in the future. However, I still feel that adding the words white-robed bladesman sounds more impressive. Ha ha! It's time to fight. Don't disappoint me, white-robed bladesman." Yu Chenxi smiled gently and pushed off the ground. His perfect figure appeared in the air as he clenched his delicate fingers into a fist. Boom! A dazzling light exploded in the sky. A ferocious and tyrannical fist light flew towards Shao Chen from the light. Boundless thunderclouds churned quickly in the sky behind Shao Chen. Muffled thunder roared as Shao Chen unleashed his state of thunder infused with a strand of holy might to its limits. Break! As a bolt of lightning descended, Shao Chen instantly drew his lunar shadow saber and chopped the incoming fist light in half. Two forked fist winds brushed past Shao Chen's shoulders. Two huge holes appeared in the roof, and the sound of tiles shattering rang out continuously. Boom! 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 Yu Chenxi's body glowed with a resplendent light. It was like the morning sun charging out of the darkness. Beams of light exploded out. An intense fist wind spun intensely. The fist winds were like howling cannonballs flying at Shao Chen. Each attack was faster than the one before, and the force they carried was stronger than the one before. Shao Chen's expression turned grave. He stood firmly on the roof, not moving at all. He could not retreat at this moment. Otherwise, if he did, the flood-like attacks would pour in endlessly. Shao Chen's heart was as calm as still water as he continuously executed, drawing the saber. Every time he swung his saber, it was like a bolt of lightning flashing by, chopping the fist winds in half. The berserk fist winds howled in the air above the roof. Occasionally, light would explode from the fist winds. The huge roof immediately became riddled with holes. Gusts of air were stirred up, causing the fragments of the tiles to fly in all directions. Yu Chenxi in the air gave off a dazzling golden light. He looked like a small sun in the sky. When the crowd looked at him, they felt a slight pain. The Supreme Sky Sect's Morning Sun Fist is really powerful. Just by using Surging Essence, it can display such might. How strong would it be if he infused his state? However, this white-robed blades man is pretty strong. He clearly only has a small perfection state of thunder, but his might is even more ferocious than a great perfection state. Every saber strike reached Mach 3 in an instant. With the support of his state, he actually managed to block the continuous attacks of the Morning Sun Fist. Chapter 374. Seeing the intense battle, some of the more experienced cultivators commented on it. Break! Shao Chen swung his saber and chopped another fist wind in half. His feet did not move at all. He was like a towering tree rooted to the roof. Hu Qi! Just at this moment, the dazzling figure in the sky suddenly flashed and disappeared into nothingness. As the light disappeared, Yu Chenxi's exquisite figure also disappeared. That tyrannical aura also disappeared instantly. It was like Yu Chenxi had vanished into thin air. It was very strange. Shao Chen's expression could not help but change. He focused his gaze in front of him. Holding the saber hilt with his right hand, he twisted his wrist and thrust it forward. A black light flashed on the tip of the saber. The snow-white saber instantly turned pitch black. The heavenly weapon reappeared. With a thought from Shao Chen, all the essence in his body flowed into the saber. A 6-meter-long saber light instantly formed. Shao Chen shouted and thrust the lunar shadow saber forward, as though he wanted to pierce through space. Very good. You guessed my direction correctly. Now, let's see if you can block it or not. A melodious voice came from the space in front of him. Boom! Suddenly, a resplendent light appeared in the space in front of Shao Chen. A fist wind exploded in the light, carrying a dense essence as it headed for the tip of the lunar shadow saber. Bang! 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 Two extremely powerful forces exploded, causing the entire roof of the restaurant to be blown away. Countless tiles and wood shavings were sent flying into the sky. Shao Chen felt a huge and pure force coming from the saber. This force did not have any attribute. It only had an extremely tyrannical aura. It rampaged through the meridians in his arm. Even though Shao Chen cultivated dragon, tendon tiger bone, it still pierced his meridians, causing them to feel pain. Xiao Qin clenched his teeth, and with a thought, the purple qi whirlpool in his dantian spun rapidly. The purple essence, liquid in the qi whirlpool, turned into streams and flowed from the meridians in his body to his right arm. Puqi. After breaking through to superior grade martial saint, the purity and storage of Xiao Chen's essence had doubled. With a thought, he could instantly gather a large amount of essence. Countless purple streams converged together and devoured the primal qi that Yu Chensi had sent into his right arm like it was nothing. The surging essence did not slow down as it surged into the heavenly weapon lunar shadow once again. The originally dim saber light on the pitch-black saber lit up once again. After Xiao Qin overtook Yu Chensi's aura, Xiao Qin took advantage of his victory. The scarlet throne on his forehead instantly merged with the state of massacre. Instantly, the berserk state of thunder gained an unstoppable killing qi. The state of massacre and state of thunder merged once again. Break! Xiao Qin shouted, and thunder roared in the thunderclouds above. The saber light broke through and knocked Yu Chensi back. Yu Chensi revealed a mildly astonished expression on her pretty face. However, there was more surprise than surprise. She revealed a faint smile and said, "Unexpectedly, you hit another state. However, the morning sun fist is not just that. Scatter!" Boom! 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 As Yu Chensi retreated, a hazy morning glow appeared behind him. He punched 3 times in the morning glow. These 3 punches gave off a bright light and were very tyrannical. Under the baptism of the morning glow, their auras surged forward. Xiao Chen's fusion of 2 states and the unparalleled might of the heaven-ranked spirit weapon saber, qi, crumbled under these 3 punches. Morning sun. This should be the might of the morning sun. What a tyrannical fist technique. Xiao Qin thought to herself. Then he pushed off a floating tile and kicked out. Xiao Qin chased after Yu Chensi. Fist winds were ferocious. He could only stand a chance in close combat. In the hazy morning glow, Xiao Qin and Yu Chensi's figures flashed continuously. Loud shouts came from the morning glow. Occasionally, light exploded and lightning flashed. The two moved increasingly faster, exchanging punches and saber strikes. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged 100 moves. Amid the intense fist winds, Xiao Qin maintained his undefeated state. The saber qi infused with the state of massacre could even tear apart the other party's net of punches, posing some threat. The scene that Jin Wuji anticipated, of Xiao Qin being humiliated by Yu Chensi, did not appear. Instead, the two were evenly matched, unable to determine a victor. The white-robed bladesman is indeed strong. To be able to compete with the famous Yu Chensi to this extent, he is quite incredible. Indeed, the Morning Sun Fist is a rare supreme tyrannical fist among fist techniques. It is already very close to a heaven-ranked fist technique. It is pretty good for Yu Chensi to use the power of the morning glow. In the next 5-nation youth competition, this white-robed bladesman might make it into the top 100. When Jin Wuji heard the people praising Xiao Qin, he felt even angrier. All this should have happened to him. However, now Xiao Qin snatched it away. Bang! The morning glow in the sky scattered, and Xiao Qin and Yu Chensi's figures reappeared before the crowd. Both of them had some injuries on them. However, they were all superficial wounds. Clearly, both of them had held back. It was just an exchange of pointers. There was no need to fight to the death. Yu Chensi stood in the air, revealing a satisfied smile on her pretty face. She said softly, "Let's consider it a draw. White-robed bladesman, if you have time in the future, you can come to the Supreme Sky sect to exchange pointers with me." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "I will make you use your full power next time. I will take my leave first." From the looks of it, the two were indeed at a draw. However, Xiao Qin knew that his opponent had not used his state yet. Even though he had used both states, he still did not have an absolute advantage. Saying it was a draw would be taking advantage of Yu Chensi. Xiao Chen felt somewhat embarrassed, so he quickly left. As Yu Chensi watched Xiao Chen leave, she muttered to herself, "First Martial Uncle told me to pay attention to the geniuses of the various nations when I came out. This Xiao Chen should meet the requirements. Miss Yu, are you all right? If you are, I will discuss the news of the daybreak flower with you in detail later." Laughter came from Xiao Chen's side. It was Jin Wuji flying over with a smile on his face. Yu Chensi withdrew her gaze and smiled gently. She replied, "Many thanks for young Master Jin's concern. It is just a small injury. It is not a big deal." Yu Chensi's tone was very simple, but the smile on her face did not diminish. Her tone was very polite and courteous. However, Jin Wuji felt a distance between the two of them. Jin Wuji wanted to break this distance. However, every time Yu Chensi spoke politely, the distance slowly returned to square one. Jin Wuji's attempts to get closer were all for naught. The two descended from the sky and returned to the restaurant. Jin Wuji generously paid for all the restaurant's losses. The cultivators who attended this gathering also landed. After saying some polite words, they took their leave. Jin Wuji was upset that he had made a wedding dress for someone else. Fortunately, Yu Chensi had not left yet. If he could build a relationship with Yu Chensi, all that had happened would be nothing. Thinking of this, Jin Wuji struck while the iron was hot. He said, "Miss Yu, there is a private room downstairs. Let's go and talk about it now." Yu Chensi frowned slightly. A look of disgust flashed on her elegant face. She said indifferently, "Let's talk about it at night. I am a little tired now." In another restaurant in the city, Xiao Chen's group of four managed to arrange for 3 heaven-class rooms in a situation where it was difficult to find an empty room in the entire city, thanks to Kim Tae-ho's connections. The group sat down at a tea table, and Kim Tae-ho took a sip of tea. He smiled and said, "Little brother Xiao Chen, you are in the limelight again. You fought to a draw with Yu Chensi. That fellow even gave you such a high valuation. It would be hard for you not to be famous now." Xiao Chen felt somewhat suspicious. He said, "Is this Yu Chensi really that famous?" Kim Tae-ho smiled and said, "More famous than you think. In the previous 5-nation youth competition, she was one of the few female participants who entered the top 50. Furthermore, she was the youngest female participant. She has a peak talent, an extraordinary temperament and looks. It would not be an exaggeration to say that her name shook the entire continent. If the news of you fighting to a draw with her spread out, I guarantee that if you go to the Great Jin Nation, the number of people challenging you will be 5 kilometers long." Unexpectedly, there was such a troublesome matter. Xiao Chen had not expected it. However, it was still not time for him to go to the Great Jin Nation. There was no need to worry about this now. "That's right. Are you here for the Savannah King's treasure as well?" Xiao Chen collected his thoughts and asked. Su Xiaoxiao nodded and said, "It is mainly because of the Black Dragon Group. However, the negotiations have reached a stalemate. We can go and try our luck now." Fatso took out a map and handed it to Xiao Chen. He said, "This is the exact location of the Qianren Island. Take a look. If you have time, you can go and learn more about it. Ha! If there are any good things, remember to look for me." The group chatted for a while more before Kim Tae-ho and Su Xiaoxiao took their leave. In the middle of the night, Xiao Chen stopped cultivating and looked carefully at the map that Kim Tae-ho handed him. Then he compared it to the treasure map. This was a sea map. The somewhat blurry routes on the treasure map were all clearly drawn out, allowing one to understand them with one glance. After a while, Xiao Chen put away the map and said softly, "Let's go and take a look tomorrow. Let's see what that huge wave looks like." Unexpectedly, even a martial monarch expert cannot break it. Early the next morning, Xiao Chen left Bai in Su Xiaoxiao's care. Then he quickly flew to the east of the Green Wind Island. The Green Wind Island was already very close to the edge of the boundless sea. The surface of the sea was no longer as calm as the coastal waters. Occasionally, strong winds kicked up huge waves. The waves surged violently. Shao Qin used the gravity spell and flew high in the sky. He quickly flew forward. Occasionally, he would take out the map and compare directions before continuing on his way. Along the way, Shao Qin met many cultivators. Most of these cultivators were inferior grade martial kings. Occasionally, he would run into a peak martial king. After 1 hour, Shao Qin finally arrived at his destination. There were already many cultivators gathered there. They were all here to check on the situation. Shao Qin looked ahead and could not help but take a deep breath. He saw a huge wave surging up on the surface of the sea in front. The wave was many meters tall as it soared into the sky. The surrounding sweat was all pulled by the huge wave, forming ferocious undercurrents on the surface of the water. From time to time, huge whirlpools would appear. Chapter 375. The surface of the sea was scarlet. When Shao Qin looked carefully, he saw that several strong fish monsters had been turned into pools of blood by the whirlpool, unable to resist at all. No wonder there were no large ships nearby. Even the strongest warships would not dare to stop in such a turbulent undercurrent and whirlpool. When Shao Qin looked up, he saw that the end of the huge waves was hidden in the sea of clouds. There seemed to be waves churning above the sea of clouds. Boom! 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 As the huge waves churned, there was a deafening roar. It was like endless thunder, echoing above the calm sea. Shao Qin flew around the huge waves and discovered that there were 4 barriers formed by the huge waves around Qianren Island. When combined, they looked like a cage enclosing Qianren Island. There are only 4 walls. Does that mean that as long as I cross the barrier formed by the boundless waves, I can cross over? Shao Qin thought to himself. Although Shao Qin knew that it was not that simple, he still wanted to give it a try. He used the gravity spell and flew upwards. Hoo! Hoo! A strong wind blew by Shao Qin's ears. He had expended most of his essence. Unknowingly, he had flown close to 10 kilometers. However, the towering waves a kilometer in front of him did not show any signs of weakening. They continued surging and roaring. Shao Qin flew for another 5 kilometers. The air had become extremely thin, and the strong wind blowing by his ears became even more intense. Shao Qin no longer dared to fly any higher. The higher he flew, the stronger the effect of gravity. The amount of essence he expended would also multiply. If he flew any higher, he would probably break through space and arrive in the mysterious world beyond. That was not a place Shao Qin could set foot in. However, the huge waves did not weaken at all. They continued to soar into the sky. It was like they had broken through space and reached the mysterious world beyond. Ha ha! Young man, don't fly higher. These huge waves have changed the laws of heaven and earth. No matter how high you fly, you will still be in that small world. While Shao Qin was puzzled, he heard a hearty laughter. He turned around and saw a middle-aged man in a black robe carrying a large saber on his back. He had a rough appearance and a vigorous aura. His strength was unfathomable. The waves have weakened quite a bit. Come back in half a month. With your strength, you should be able to break through the waves by then. The middle-aged man didn't wait for Shao Qin's reply. Like a sharp arrow, he shot towards the surface of the sea and quickly disappeared from Shao Qin's sight. Shao Qin smiled self-mockingly and said, "It looks like I really did something stupid. Let's go down and take a look around before returning. I believe this person's words are not false. Come back in half a month." Shao Qin took out an inferior grade spirit stone and absorbed the spiritual energy to recover his exhausted essence. At the same time, he quickly flew down. By the time he reached the surface of the sea, the spirit stones in his hand had already been completely used up, and his origin, Qi, had also mostly recovered. Bang! Just at this moment, a multicolored light suddenly broke through the huge waves. It flew out from the depths of Chenren Island and into the distance. "It's a secret treasure," the many cultivators below exclaimed. Then they all gave chase like a swarm of bees. Why is there a secret treasure flying out now? Unexpectedly, the huge waves are weakening in advance. The middle-aged bladesman who had left earlier flew over again. He was like an arrow shooting through the air. Everywhere he passed, a long hole seemed to appear in the air. The middle-aged man looked at the secret treasure flying in the sky and muttered to himself for a while. Then he gave chase at lightning speed. A few peak medial grade martial kings at the side saw the middle-aged man and quickly stopped. They said in astonishment, "It is actually the bloody blades man, Sun Guangquan. Unexpectedly, this person is here as well." Someone at the side asked, "Sun Guangquan? Is that Sun Guangquan, one of the 10 great bladesmen of the ancient desolate land? Aside from him, who else could it be? The dragon-tooth saber in his hand is said to be a secret treasure. His strength is unfathomable. Unless a martial monarch appears, no one is a match for him. We can forget about this secret treasure. He is so strong, yet he is here to compete with us for the fortuitous encounters of Chenren Island. It looks like we will not be able to obtain anything this time. Never mind. Since the first secret treasure flew out, the second one will fly out. We will see when the time comes. Speaking of which, it is strange. Based on the situation, there should be another half a month before the huge waves weaken completely. Unexpectedly, they appeared earlier this time. The secret treasure that broke through the huge waves and soared into the sky attracted all the nearby cultivators. Some of the cultivators who were preparing to leave rushed back as well. Xiao Qin stood at the side and listened for a long time. Finally, he understood the whole story. It turned out that every time this huge wave weakened, it would come from the depths of Chenren Island. Some secret treasures flew out, and when no more secret treasures appeared, it was also the time when the huge waves completely weakened. Bang! Just as Xiao Chen was thinking, a loud sound came from a huge wave to the south of Chenren Island. A secret treasure had shot out. The many cultivators who heard the news immediately flew over. A quick count was less than 100 people, all of them martial kings. There were simply too many people fighting over it. Even if they managed to snatch it, it would be difficult to leave. Hence, Xiao Chen lost interest. I should test out how strong this huge wave is, Xiao Chen thought to himself. When its strength weakens, I will be prepared. At that time, I will not be unprepared and miss the opportunity to enter the island. Xiao Chen's figure flashed in the air a few times. Then he arrived before the huge wave to the north. The huge waves surged up endlessly, looking like they would not stop at all. Furthermore, the waves seemed to have an endless supply of energy. The sound of the surging waves was like a huge army, rumbling endlessly in Xiao Chen's ears. There was also an extremely strong will contained in the huge waves. The closer Xiao Chen got, the clearer he could feel this strong will. This is the endless will of water. Xiao Chen said softly as he looked at the huge waves and felt this will. As Xiao Chen looked at the surging, endless waves, the extraordinary will of water, Xiao Chen thought to himself, the martial sage that once ruled the entire Devil Savannah might not be an ordinary martial sage. After changing the natural laws for such a long time and existing for 1,000 years without weakening, he might be just a step away from reaching Emperor Wu's level. When Xiao Chen was 100 meters away from the huge waves, he stopped. He clenched his fist and circulated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. Instantly, a huge force poured into his fist. The qi whirlpool in Xiao Chen's dantian spun rapidly as well. Purple liquid flowed out along his meridians. His essence and strength merged at this moment. Ha! Xiao Chen shouted and pushed off the air. He moved in a purple arc and crossed the 100 meters in the blink of an eye. The image of a tiger and a dragon appeared in the fist wind. The dragon roared and the tiger roared, raising Xiao Chen's aura to its peak. This was the final move of the great dragon tiger fist. Dragon hisses, tiger roars. Xiao Chen's vital qi and essence merged. Together with the great dragon tiger fist, this punch had a force of 100,000 kilograms of force. It could even destroy a mountain. Bang! The fist wind was like thunder, causing the air to tremble. Space was like layers of white paper blocking Xiao Chen's path, breaking apart layer by layer. The punch, which contained 100,000 kilograms of force, struck the huge waves violently. The huge waves were like solid steel walls. There was a crunching sound as a bowl-sized hole appeared. However, before Xiao Chen could rejoice, the hole mended and became firm again. A huge force was reflected from the hole, causing his internal organs to churn. Xiao Chen's body flew back like a cannonball. Xiao Chen was prepared long ago. His body spun continuously in the air. After a long time, he slowly dissipated all the force. However, Xiao Chen's complexion was incredibly pale. He stopped spinning and looked at the huge waves. He muttered, "I am not fast enough, and I do not have enough explosive power. The endless will of water will only give me 1 second to react at most. After its strength weakens, there will still be 2 seconds. However, it should not exceed 3 seconds." Bang! Just as Xiao Chen muttered to himself, a hole suddenly appeared in the huge waves in front of him. A secret treasure, flickering with multicolored light, shot out from it. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave as he quickly gave chase. At this moment, he was the only one in front of the huge waves. Furthermore, it was so close to him. Since there was an opportunity, he might as well snatch it first. Blue dragon cloud soaring art. Blue dragon tail whip. Executing a heaven-ranked movement technique, Xiao Chen became like an azure flood dragon. He swung his tail in the air and grabbed the secret treasure, flickering with multicolored light. So it is an inner vest. Based on the aura of this inner vest, it should be an inferior grade, superior grade, secret treasure, Xiao Chen thought to himself. According to the introduction in the book that he obtained from the fiery sect remnants, secret treasures were categorized. From the lowest to the highest, they were inferior grade, medial grade, superior grade, and immortal grade. For example, the clear wind robes, windwalk shoes, and the jade pendant on Xiao Chen's chest were all inferior grade secret treasures. Furthermore, among inferior grade secret treasures, they were not very valuable. The truly precious secret treasures would be hard to find in regular auctions. Brat, leave the secret treasure behind. This is not something a superior grade martial saint like you can possess. Xiao. A few figures noticed the appearance of this secret treasure. They flew towards Xiao Chen at lightning speed. Based on their auras, they were medial grade martial kings and above. When the cultivators who were fighting for the first 2 secret treasures saw that Xiao Chen was only a superior grade martial saint, they felt that he would be easier to deal with. So they followed him. Since he had obtained it, naturally, there was no reason for him to return it. Xiao Chen ignored the shouts of that group of people. He turned into a purple shadow and flew forward. A superior grade martial saint wants to run after obtaining a secret treasure? After him. The group of people did not believe that a mere superior grade martial saint could be faster than them. They all laughed coldly. However, not long after, half of the group of more than 100 people fell behind. The figure in front bobbed up and down on the surface of the sea like a blue dragon. His speed was shockingly fast. Furthermore, he did not stop at all. It was hard to imagine that a superior grade martial saint could be so fast. Lightning evasion. Boom, boom, boom. Bolts of electric light flashed above the calm sea. Xiao Chen's figure moved with the electric light. In an instant, half of the group of 50 people fell behind. He used his spiritual sense to sense that there were still 20-odd people behind him. Then he activated the windwalk shoes and increased his speed by another 20%. Now he had reached Mach 2, nearly Mach 3. Chapter 376. Damn it! How is this brat so fast? He is actually moving at Mach 3. I can't catch up. I can't catch up as well. Those who are not wind-attributed cultivators will find it hard to travel at such a speed for a long time. Never mind, there are still other secret treasures that will appear. I'll stop chasing. As Xiao Chen's speed increased explosively, the number of cultivators who could barely keep up decreased by more than half. Only 4 or 5 people remained behind. 2 superior-grade martial kings and 3 peak medial-grade martial kings. I still cannot deal with them. I have to keep running. Xiao Chen thought to himself. Above the sea, Xiao Chen executed the blue dragon cloud, soaring art to its limits. He ignored the intense drain on his essence as he sped away. After 6 hours, of the 5 people behind him, only 2 wind-attributed cultivators remained. The other 3 had lost their patience as well. That brat seems to have stopped. He really stopped. He must have exhausted his essence. No matter how powerful his movement technique is, his essence will be exhausted eventually. How can he compete with us martial kings? Let's go. The 2 people who had been chasing for a long time and exhausted most of their essence finally sensed that Xiao Chen had stopped. They could not help but rejoice when they sensed that Xiao Chen had slowed down and completely stopped. Amidst the dense fog in front, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on the surface of the sea. His clothes were completely dry. The smiles on the 2's faces became wider. They laughed loudly and said, "Brat, you are rather tactful. You know you can't run anymore, so you stopped. Hand over the secret treasure. You are just a superior-grade martial saint, and you want to join in the fun? Hand over the secret treasure and scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for bullying the weak." On the calm sea, Xiao Chen stood up and slowly turned around. He casually tossed aside an exhausted medial-grade spirit stone. He looked at the 2 and smiled faintly. "When did I say I can't run anymore? The 2 of you can forget about leaving now." Arrogant. The middle-aged medial-grade martial king on the left snorted coldly and stomped heavily on the sea. Bang! On the calm surface of the sea, there was a loud explosion. An extremely dense water column that was spinning continuously tore through the air and shot at Xiao Chen. "Break!" Xiao Chen shouted and instantly drew the lunar shadow saber with his right hand. A purple saber light flickered, and the spinning pillar of water that was rising to the sky was instantly sliced in half. In a breath's time, it was effortlessly defeated. Drawing the sword, seeing the water pillar split in half, the 2 middle-aged cultivators thought suspiciously. However, drawing the saber was just an ordinary martial technique. How could it be so powerful? Furthermore, it was so casual and relaxed. The 2 of them became cautious. This person might not be an ordinary superior-grade martial saint. He might be one of those demonic geniuses who could fight above their cultivation realm. However, it was impossible for the 2 of them to leave. They were bona fide martial kings. If they were scared off by a superior-grade martial saint, it would be too much. Furthermore, the 2 of them believed that victory was still in their grasp. They just needed to be careful. The temptation of that secret treasure was still there. The person on the left was good with swords. He was a medial-grade martial king and had not comprehended the state of wind. The person on the right was good with his fists and legs. He was a superior-grade martial king and also had not comprehended the state of wind. When the 2 of them chased after him, Xiao Chen had already used his spiritual sense to check their cultivations. Now that he saw them personally, he confirmed it once again. To me, without comprehending a state, there is no need to fear a high cultivation. I have already recovered my essence. I will start with the person on the left. Wu Kuei transforms to Qi. As Xiao Chen brandished a saber, the ancient divine Wu Kuei tree appeared from nowhere. It turned into strands of purple saber chi and flew at the swordsman on the left. Chi, chi, chi. Saber lights danced around on the surface of the water, creating a screen of water that rose and fell on the surface of the sea. Can the saber chi of a martial saint be denser than the sword chi of a martial king? Break for me. The swordsman in the middle smiled coldly. His sword trembled as he sent out several extremely dense sword chi. Dang, dang, dang. The saber chi and the sword chi clashed. However, what surprised the middle-aged swordsman was that his sword chi was not as dense as the saber chi. The saber chi chopped several sword chi in half amidst the ding-ding-dang sounds. Chi breaks wukuei. Xiao Qin shouted. He did not give the swordsman a chance to react. All the saber chi gathered together and formed a resplendent and dazzling saber chi more than 15 meters long. The saber light was dazzling, carrying the might of thunder. A boundless electric pressure surged at the swordsman. Thunder roared in the sky, and boundless clouds churned. The resplendent saber chi swept by, kicking up 2 huge waves on the calm sea. By Muron, are you still not going to make a move? The middle-aged swordsman shouted at the superior grade martial king beside him in horror. By Muron smiled gently and said, I'm coming. Don't rush. Boom! Just as Xiao Chen controlled the boundless saber chi and charged forward, an intense fist wind came from the left. On the tip of the fist, a whirlwind formed in the air before exploding wildly. This punch had even destroyed the wind. Xiao Chen did not even bother to look. He continued to control the saber chi, not slowing down at all. Just as the fist wind was about to strike him, he clenched his left fist and punched. 2 images of a tiger and a dragon circled around Xiao Chen's arm, giving off the aura of a tiger and a dragon roaring. When he punched, the air seemed like it was made of white paper. Bang! When the 2 fists collided, a huge force spread out. Bai Muron felt his arm tremble before his body bounced back. The pure force caused the bones in his arm to feel like they were falling apart. If not for Bai Muron's exquisite martial arts, this punch would have crippled his entire arm. Damn it, that is at least 50,000 kilograms of force. I underestimated him too much, Bai Muron thought in horror. Bai Muron thought in horror in his heart. His feet stepped on the surface of the water, and he quickly retreated. The huge impact caused a huge wave that was 10 meters high behind him. After Bai Muron retreated for close to 1,000 meters, he slowly came to a stop and dissipated all the force. When the swordsman in the middle saw Bai Muron knocked back by 1 punch, he was astonished. That startling saber chi was already before him. It looked like he could not count on anyone else. A resolute look flashed in the swordsman's eyes as he roared. All the essence in his body surged. A 10-meter-tall screen of water rose from the surface of the sea under his feet. I don't believe that even if you, a martial saint, have a state, your essence will surpass mine. Break, break, break. A resplendent pillar of light lit up on the sword. He pushed the wind-attributed essence to its limits. An intense storm of sword chi immediately appeared around the sword. Pusi-ai! The swordsman hacked down ferociously, giving off a resplendent light. He wanted to block Xiao Chen's chi breaks wukuei. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. Suddenly, a red light appeared in the purple saber chi. It was the state of massacre from the scarlet throne infused into it. Scatter! The saber chi roared like thunder, filling the air with killing chi. It easily shattered the storm of sword chi the middle-aged swordsman sent out. Xiao Chen's aura was like a raging river. The might of his saber completely shattered the middle-aged swordsman's saber technique. The swordsman's momentum was exhausted. There was no hope of a comeback. Waves shot out in all directions from the surface of the sea. Xiao Chen passed through the screen of water and arrived before the middle-aged swordsman in a flash. He brandished his saber and sent out a screen of saber chi. Dang! 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 The middle-aged swordsman brandished his sword to block. At this moment, he had already given up on snatching the secret treasure. He only wanted to find an opportunity to leave quickly. One had a flourishing aura, becoming more ferocious as the battle progressed. The other had no aura at all, only thinking of fleeing. The result was easy to imagine. Soon, countless wounds of various sizes appeared on the swordsman's body. Blood flowed from the wounds and dripped into the seawater, turning the blue seawater scarlet. Boom! As the two sides fought, another startling aura appeared on Xiao Chen's left. The sound of explosions rang out endlessly in his ears. As the storm exploded, pillars of water shot up into the sky from the surface of the sea. This move of mine is at full power. It has a total of 75,000 kilograms of force. Let's see how you block it. Baimuran thought to himself, his eyes bloodshot. Xiao Chen's saber technique paused, and his attack slowed. The middle-aged swordsman rejoiced. He had managed to wait until Baimuran made his move. He could take advantage of this opportunity to escape. Seeing the middle-aged swordsman flee, Xiao Chen shook his head slightly and revealed a mocking smile. Xiao Chen loosened his grip on the saber hilt with his right hand. He turned around and sent out a punch to meet Baimuran's full-powered attack. The strength of his physical body and essence fused together. This punch contained 100,000 kilograms of force. Bang! Baimuran vomited a mouthful of blood. His body flew back like a cannonball. His pale face was filled with horror. 100,000 kilograms of force. How is that possible? Xiao Chen turned around and stretched out his hand. Before the lunar shadow saber fell to the ground, he grabbed it again. With a thought, the snow-white lunar shadow saber turned pitch black, turning back into a transcendent heavenly weapon. Compared to an earth-ranked spirit weapon, a heaven-ranked spirit weapon's attack would be 20% stronger. Of course, the exhaustion would be several times greater. Rushing thunder roars, breaking 1,000 army. The boundless thunderclouds churned in the sky above. Before the electric whirlpool formed, Xiao Chen made his move. There was no need to use the full power of the rushing thunder roars to deal with this stray dog. Suddenly, the middle-aged swordsman, who was fleeing, heard a clap of thunder behind him. He could not help but look back out of curiosity. However, what he saw was an unforgettable scene. Thunderclouds churned in the sky above the boundless sea. It was like a void had been torn apart. A knight flashing with electric light descended from the void. Pu Ci! Before the swordsman could turn his head, the electric knight was like a bolt of lightning. The tip of the spear pierced a bull-sized hole in his back, and the electric knight instantly exploded. An intense shockwave blasted out a huge pillar of water on the surface of the water. The middle-aged swordsman's body was carried into the sky. Xiao Chen's figure flashed. The instant the huge wave crashed down, he grabbed the middle-aged swordsman and landed on the water. The middle-aged swordsman coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. He smiled weakly and said, "This old man has wandered the continent for so many years. I did not expect to be defeated by a martial saint in the end." Xiao Chen said softly, "If the two of you were a little more united, you would not have to be so afraid of death. You might still have a chance to escape unscathed. Unfortunately, you are unable to do so. Even if you die, you can't blame others." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, he gave the swordsman a quick death with a palm strike. Then he removed the spatial ring on his hand. Chapter 377. Qi. The instant the middle-aged swordsman died, a large strand of scarlet light headed for Xiao Chen's forehead. The scarlet throne in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness trembled continuously, appearing very excited. What a strong killing intent! Killing one person is much stronger than killing 10 demonic beasts of the same cultivation realm in the past. I wonder how many people have died on this person's hands? The trembling of the throne caused all the cells in Xiao Chen's body to rejoice. He actually felt like he was sinking into oblivion. No, I have to restrain this feeling. Otherwise, I might become a slave to this throne in the future. A determined look flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He ruthlessly cut off this feeling of pleasure that he should not have. Then he quickly walked over to Baimuran. Baimuran's right hand had endured close to 125 kilograms of force. Now it was completely crippled. The bones at the joints had already shattered into powder. Even with miraculous medicinal pills, this arm would be completely useless in half a year. In reality, even with Xiao Chen's current physical body, he would not be able to withstand more than 150 kilograms of force twice in a short period of time. Otherwise, he would not have swapped hands to receive the other party's attack. Baimuran ran for his life on the undulating sea. Occasionally, he would turn his head to look at Xiao Chen, who was hot on his heels. Xiao Chen was not in a rush. He summoned out the scarlet throne and sat on it leisurely. The throne moved at Mach 2, unhurriedly following behind Baimuran. After a full 6 hours, Baimuran's essence qi was gradually exhausted, and his speed started to slow down. As Xiao Chen sat on the throne, he only exhausted a little of the essence in the pool of blood in the throne. The purple qi whirlpool slowly filled to the brim. It is time to end this. As the sun set in the west and dusk approached, Xiao Chen lost all patience to continue fooling around. He got up and stomped heavily on the scarlet clouds. Roaming dragons, 9 transformations, clear wind chop. Suddenly, 9 cool breezes blew on the calm sea. When the cool breezes brushed the water, they did not cause any ripples, appearing very gentle. Xiao Chen hid his figure in the 9 gusts of wind, splitting himself into 9. It was hard to tell which was real and which was fake. In front of him, Baimuran, who was originally exhausted of his vitality and ammunition, suddenly felt the killing intent behind him disappear. He was overjoyed. Could it be that that person was already 1 step ahead of him and couldn't hold on anymore? When the old man looked back, he saw Xiao Chen's 9 figures charging at him from all directions at lightning speed. There was no killing qi at all. He could not even feel any killing intent. Baimu's expression suddenly changed as he exclaimed, "Clear wind chop! This is the secret technique of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, clear wind chop." However, so what if he knew? Now that his essence qi was exhausted, he was powerless to reverse the situation. Boom! 9 figures passed by him and suddenly merged together. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and stood quietly in front of Baimuran. Bang, bang, bang. 9 finger-sized bloody holes appeared on the 9 acupoints on Baimuran's chest. Blood spurted out. He wanted to say something, but he didn't have the strength to. Soon, Baimuran stopped breathing and fell into the vast sea. Immediately, another strand of invisible red light headed for the throne on the sea. The killing intent was actually more than double that of the swordsman's. Dida! 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 The pool of blood inside the throne immediately recovered a large portion of the blood that had just been drained. The size of the pool of blood had also expanded. Xiao Chen got rid of the pleasure of sinking into oblivion. Then he took Baimuran's spatial ring. The 2 martial kings were finally dealt with. Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Then he opened the spatial ring of the swordsman. There were 500 medial-grade spirit stones and several tens of thousands of inferior-grade spirit stones. Xiao Chen did not say anything and immediately took them out. As for the medicinal pills for treating injuries, food, and other miscellaneous items, Xiao Chen could not be bothered to take them out. He tossed them into the corner of the universe, ring along with the spatial ring. 500 medial-grade spirit stones should be enough for me to cultivate for a while. Let's see what is in Baimuran's spatial ring. He is a superior grade martial king. He should not disappoint me. Xiao Chen sent in his spiritual sense, and a pile of medial-grade spirit stones appeared in his mind. When he counted them, there were at least 2,000 of them. Xiao Chen could not help but smile gently. No wonder there are so many cultivators in the world who like to kill others to snatch their treasures. Such a harvest is too tempting. I wonder how many people died at the hands of this person to accumulate such wealth. Aside from the medial-grade spirit stones, there were more than 100,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. Xiao Chen took them out as well as some secret manuals and miscellaneous items. Xiao Chen was not interested in them. He tossed them into the corner of the universe, ring along with the spatial ring. Unfortunately, the two martial kings had not comprehended a state. If one of them had comprehended a state, Xiao Chen would not be as relaxed as he was now. Withdraw! Xiao Chen shouted, and the scarlet throne immediately turned into a beam of light and shot towards Xiao Chen's forehead. Then it entered his sea of consciousness. There were also 4 strands of white flames lingering in the middle of his sea of consciousness. These were the lunar true flames that did not have an origin energy. There were too few of them. It would be a pity to abandon them. However, keeping them would not be of much use. He could only wait for them to accumulate to a certain amount before they could be of use. Xiao Chen took out the peak inferior grade secret treasure from the universe ring and looked at it carefully. Only now did he have the time to look at it. The inner vest was made of soft leather. When Xiao Chen touched it, it felt very soft. It should be the leather of some spirit beast. There were countless talisman scripts carved on the inner vest. When Xiao Chen touched it, he could clearly feel a strong energy fluctuating at his fingertips. It was like the rhythmic strings of a zither. Xiao Chen infused his spiritual sense into it and cleared away the imprints left by the predecessors. Then he placed his own imprint on it. Then Xiao Chen removed the clear wind robes and prepared to try on this secret treasure. Although the clear wind robes was only an ordinary inferior grade secret treasure, its effects were always present. As Xiao Chen grew stronger, his speed would increase by 1 level. His movement technique, movement, and attacks would all increase by 1 level. It would never be outdated. The gaps left behind in the past would all be filled up automatically. Xiao Chen liked it very much. When Xiao Chen put on the inner vest, he immediately felt a mysterious energy beam shoot out from the soft vest. It penetrated his chest and into his internal organs. The energy beam quickly formed a membrane, wrapping all his internal organs together. It naturally added a layer of defense. Xiao Chen's face lit up with joy. He smiled gently and said, "Not only does this inner vest provide external defense, it can also protect my internal organs. My defense has increased by 20%, both inside and out." Given this, Xiao Chen's physical body had already reached the dragon, tendon, tiger bone physique. His defense was no weaker than a peak martial king's. At first, Xiao Chen's internal organs felt a little uncomfortable when the energy wrapped around them. However, after he wore the clear wind robes and moved around for a while, he slowly got used to it. After a while, Xiao Chen looked in the direction of Qianren Island. He could no longer see the multicolored light soaring into the sky. Clearly, the secret treasures had stopped appearing. I have been gone for about half a day. The huge waves around Qianren Island should have weakened by now. I have to hurry over. A silver warship shot out from Xiao Chen's right eye. Then Xiao Chen jumped onto the bow of the warship and soared into the sky like a bolt of silver lightning. After flying at full speed for more than 2 hours, Xiao Chen finally saw the silhouette of the huge waves. They surged endlessly, towering into the clouds and rushing into the sky. It was as shocking as before. Xiao Chen put away the silver warship and slowly descended, slowing down. When the secret treasures flew out, the many cultivators on Greenwind Island received the news. A large number of cultivators gathered around the huge waves. Occasionally, people would break through the huge waves and enter Tianren Island. It looked like the huge waves had indeed weakened. We are still not strong enough. We have to wait until the huge waves weaken completely tomorrow before we can enter. Indeed, the people entering are all superior grade martial kings and peak superior grade martial kings. It will be too difficult for us to break through the huge waves. When the cultivators around Xiaochen saw the huge waves, they shook their heads and sighed. They felt very anxious, but they could not do anything. Xiaochen used his spiritual sense to sense the energy of the huge waves. Then he made his way through the crowd and quickly flew towards the huge waves. He is only a superior grade martial saint, yet he wants to break through the huge waves. This fellow is too naive. Be careful not to get injured when the waves rebound. Youngsters these days do not know the gravity of the situation. As a superior grade martial saint, even with a state, he will not be able to break through this huge wave. Indeed, we martial kings cannot break through it. We have to wait until tomorrow. This fellow will definitely not be able to do it. When the group of people saw Xiaochen walking towards the huge waves with only the strength of a superior grade martial saint, they all laughed. Xiaochen's mental state had reached a certain level long ago. He could not be bothered with all this gossip. Cassier, when Xiaochen arrived before the huge waves, he did not stop. He drew the lunar shadow saber at lightning speed, like a bolt of lightning leaping out. A dense saber light flashed on the huge waves, instantly opening a hole. Xiaochen's figure flashed and entered the huge waves before they closed up. The entire process was completed in one breath. It was very natural. It took no more than 3 seconds. Hey, he really went in. I am a peak medial grade martial king, but after trying 3 times, I still could not get in. Instead, I ended up suffering from significant internal injuries. Seeing Xiaochen's figure disappear behind the huge waves, the cultivators who mocked him earlier were all astonished. They all felt that this was inconceivable. Xiao! Not long after, 2 beams of light flew over from the horizon. They were 2 young cultivators, 1 male and 1 female. They did not slow down at all as they rushed towards the huge waves. They did not stop at all, directly charging into the huge waves. It's Jin Wuji and Yu Chenxi. These 2 are here as well, someone said softly when he recognized the 2. Soon after, countless young warriors flew over. These people paused in front of the huge waves for a while, and then broke through the huge waves one by one, flashing into them. These were the outstanding talents of the various nations that Jin Wuji had invited. When these people heard the news, they all rushed over. The group of middle-aged martial kings below all remained silent. After a long time, someone sighed and said, "The times have changed. Now it is the world of the young. How old are these geniuses? Their cultivations are profound. Their strength is no weaker than ours.